Hello, how's it going? How are you doing? Happy Tuesday, as they say. And it might possibly be the final evening of ATP Championship Tour Tennis Champions Cup Wimbledon final. Well, we've got to finish the Paris Open and then it's straight off to whatever they call it, the Championship Tour. So fingers crossed, unless it's been really, really easy. I'm going to start the timer and I'll yap while I play so we can burn through these games. But it's pretty... Pete Sampras, have we been against him? I think we have. It's been pretty much smooth sailing from like the get-go. My only worry is that maybe in the final championship stage it might suddenly get difficult, but we'll just have to see. I'm hopeful that we'll finish this tonight, but if it suddenly does get like crazy hard, there's a chance maybe I won't. If it gets to Wimbledon's level of difficulty, but we'll see. It hasn't got even close to the difficulty of Wimbledon yet. Even the hardest AI has been pretty easy going. Not sure if it'll be the end of the game though, because as I mentioned, I do want to try the other... I don't know if there's 2 more modes I want to do or just 1, but this is obviously the huge mode that's going to be really time consuming. Ooh, okay, the AI stepped it up. This is exactly what Wimbledon was like. Where they just stand there at the front being a bitch. But yeah, I'd like to do this tournament mode, whatever it's called, where you take on the older tennis legends of the past, which I think is just going to be a single cup. Probably won't be that big of a deal, but it probably will take an entire stream of its own. And then I think there was another tournament, but I don't know if I'm bothered, to be honest. I'll have a look and see what I think about it, but I think I'm mostly interested in the Legends of Tennis tournament.
15 all.
But how's it going, Kevin, Jason? Thanks for stopping by. Pretty much every day as I'm going through this tennis fiasco. Pretty tiring day today. Had some semi-annoying news at work today about having to do some extra stuff that I don't want to do.
15-40.
Which is not fun. Whoops. It won't be extra hours, but it'll be less of a break time. But
Game won by player.
more tennis, always. Hello there, Ross.
Player 1, 2, Sampras, 0.
How are you?
15, love.
Dealing with them too, yeah. It's not the end of the world, but it's just gonna make every week a little bit more stressful than it was.
30, love.
Slightly.
8. 40, love.
Feeling a little bit tired.
Game won by player 1.
Okay.
Sampras, 0, player 1, 3.
It was also raining today, which is also what it is.
4.
And I came home. I'm alright. I'm just tired, really. It's sometimes a slog doing streaming after work, but it's like mentally I want to, but I'm actually physically tired. The urge to just go to bed. Like about an hour ago, I was lying on my bed and just like, It's tempting, but I don't want to go to bed because that's it. You know, like been at work all day, come home and go to bed. What's on the other side is just more work. You know what I mean? This is my relaxation time with a bit of tennis.
15:30.
I had some food and I actually watched another episode of Power Rangers. Posted about it on my Bluesky. I went back and found my old thread when I was like commenting on each episode as I was going. Which one? Can't remember. Check Bluesky. Episode 8, 9 it was. It was the one with this creepy doll, Mr. What was it called? Mr. Tinkle Sneezes or something. I don't even know. It's ridiculous.
Game won by player 1.
It was rather funny. If you're sleeping, it's 7:30 and you haven't been asleep yet. Aren't you usually up at this hour though, like randomly, or are you an early riser usually? 'Cause I feel like it seems like you. Wait, no, you do the night stuff, don't you? That's why. But yeah.
15.
Must be hard to have an irregular schedule. I struggle on a Monday when I've got to go back ready for work again, and I've been doing Twitch till like 5 AM over the weekends. I struggle to then go to sleep at like midnight, back for regular work time.
40. Love.
I don't know how nurses do it. Sometimes you do to catch me a angel. Oh shucks.
Game won by player 1.
Time zone struggle. I'm usually on later on the weekends, but in the week can't do any later than this is actually early for me though. It's 8:30. I'm not usually live for another 40 minutes or so because I can't get my shit together. Is usually why. But also I finish slightly earlier on a Tuesday than I do the rest of the week. I finish 30 minutes earlier, but you know that's why I'm on about 30 minutes earlier because I've had time to do. I also didn't have any dinner today properly. I just ate a sandwich. I had a bigger lunch, and so for dinner I just had a sandwich and a pack of crisps and a Greek yogurt. And so I didn't have to cook anything or prepare anything, so it was pretty quick and easy to eat it. Watched an episode of Power Rangers and had a sandwich, and then straight in the bath, and then I had my typical food coma that comes with eating. And
Point.
here I am. Watched a bit of Mr. DJ's stream before I went live.
Set
Doing his
point.
Marios.
Game and set won by player 1. Player 1. 0. Sampras. 0.
Yeah, the Power Rangers episode was pretty good fun. It's so goofy, I love it. Today was like, Trini had found this little, not found, she had this little doll that was given to her as a child or something. It's the most fugly looking doll you've ever seen in your life. Hey Gemlock, how are you? And it was literally shoehorned in there just because that's the monster of the week at some point. And it's like this going around collecting things, putting them in bottles, and in the episode it randomly, the villain captured what was blatantly just the Tokyo Tower, but apparently that was in downtown California, but it stole the Tokyo Tower and a bullet train. You know, just typical Californian things. And there's this weird moment when Billy and Trini were in a white car and they got caught in a bottle. And it kind of really had nothing to do with the plot. I guess it was sort of a motivation for the Power Rangers to go rescue them, but I then realised I think it's just because in the Japanese footage there was a white car at some point in a bottle. I don't know who's in it in the context of the Japanese show, if anybody's in it or not, if it's just innocent people. But it was about to fell on the train tracks and was going to be hit by a Japanese train in downtown California, and the Pink Ranger jumped to save the day.
Sampras. 1 player 1 0.
But Trini's got issues. She's like, her bedroom is just full of dolls. I'm pretty sure it's only full of dolls for this one episode though. I'll be keen to see if we ever see a bedroom again and it's got any dolls in it. Because I'm not counting on the continuity.
Love 30.
But it did help me resurrect my
15 40.
my Power Rangers thread on Bluesky.
Game won by player 1.
Jan Person. What's that? Never heard of that. Toku Metal Hero show about robot detective called Jan. Why is it Jan Person? Is there a meaning there? Jan Person? Sounds very strange.
Player 1.
Because Jan Person, I'm just trying to think what the Jan would refer to. Because it's probably an abbreviation. He fights for justice? Bizarre.
15 love. 30 love. Ace. 40 love.
What, Jan Person? It just sounds like all I've got in my head is, you know how you don't say it's not policeman, it's not fireman, it's fire person or something like that. It just sounds like weird to me. Like, did it used to be like Jan Man and it's now a Jan Person?
1 player 1 2. Love 15. 4. 15 all.
I don't think I've ever watched the Japanese. Oh no, I did. When I first moved out here, I think I was just looking for things to watch, and I've got this like thing where I could record the TV. On the PlayStation 3, we had a thing called Torune, which was like, you bought it like a PlayStation 3 game, but it came in a box with like this aerial thing that let you record the television onto your PlayStation 3 hard drive. It was really cool. And I used to do that and record, like, you could set it up, yeah, like a TiVo or a whatever. You could do the TV schedules and record TV, and I used to do that. And what was really nice is it would also record the subtitles on TV if the TV had it. You know, like for the hard of hearing, like the television has like almost like digital subtitles. So that was pretty useful for me to like. I wanted to watch TV, and I just was recording stuff. And I was watching a lot of drama at the time, but I also recorded It really didn't last long. Probably about 4 or 5 weeks. But I'm pretty sure I watched whatever was the current Power Rangers at that point in time. I was just like one episode of the current Kamen Rider, but
Sampras, 1.
I can't remember. I think it was Go Ranger when I was watching a bit of it. And I think they were doing. There was one. I think they were doing some sort of special throwback to older series. Is that the train one? No. I think it was Go Ranger, but I don't know what it was about. But like, I feel like it was to do with pirates, but I could be wrong.
30, love.
I didn't watch much of it.
40, love.
I don't know. Honestly, I literally probably watched it for about three weeks and then kept forgetting and then just decided I'm not bothered.
Game won by player 1. Sampras, 1, player 1, 4.
Or the pirates one might have been the one that was next.
15, love.
What was that one called? Would have been about 2012-ish, 13 maybe. I'm trying to think when I first got the digital recorder.
40, love. 4.
Which I kind of wish I'd never got rid of it. Well, I still sort of have it, but I can't remember if I threw the disc away.
40, 15.
Oh, I think that was it actually. I just remember the goal. Hey, Buckplug, how are you?
30.
Well, that was lucky.
Deuce.
Deuce.
Advantage player 1. Game won by player 1.
The train one's familiar though. I think that might have been the one before or the one after.
Player 1. 5, Sampras, 1. Love. 8.
Ace.
30, love. Match point.
Match point. That one went by quick. I feel like we only just started. How long have I learned?
Match won by
20
player
minutes.
1.
Ish. I was cut off 10 minutes for my starting whenever I can be asked to sit down. Oh, look at all them stats. Semi-final.
Player 1. 0. Steak. 0. 8. 15. Love.
I'm just crazy not only Road Rangers but also Metal Heroes. Tokyuja? Don't know what that was. Is that the train one? Oh. Maybe not then.
40. Love.
I thought about watching the
Player 1.
Japanese one that the English Power Rangers is based on. I thought about watching that, but because of the games on the Mega Drive are not based on the Japanese series, they're based on the American series. I want to know the American lore more, and also I kind of just can't be arsed. I'm enjoying the American Power Rangers. That's my nostalgia. I'm sort of curious what the original story was all about and how it was, but bugger it. Japanese Power Rangers doesn't have Tommy in it, and it doesn't have Jason, so there we go. And I quite like Rita Repulsa as she is.
Love 15.
Was mishmash, yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, I think that I was looking at the Wikipedia and like some of the episodes that I'm watching. I think it's all the same season, but it's just like bits of like 30 different episodes. I like the goofiness of the American one as well, like the high school scenes. It's making me laugh with Bulk and Skull.
40-30.
Do 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 do.
Deuce.
It's funny though because I really don't remember the stories of the show, but I'm recognizing like the monsters. I remember Trini's creepy doll. I remember the monster. I remember the eye guy, and the one that I watched before, which is like this monster covered in eyeballs. But I don't actually remember the plots.
Player 1.
Yeah, I've heard that. It sort of makes me kind of curious to watch a later one. There's also was that revisit that they did on Netflix, didn't they? And it was like the pink. Did the Pink Ranger come back, or was she too busy? But the blue one did. Billy. Obviously, Trini was dead in real life, but I think somebody that's being her daughter in the story is in it. Obviously, Jason and Zach don't come back because they're not on good terms with the show, and from their side, I mean, really, like I don't think they would want to. And I can't remember if it was made after Tommy had died, but I quite fancy watching that at some point. Because obviously that's pretty much just aimed at me. Like, it's aimed at us that grew up watching it. Said he was treated badly. Money, maybe. I mean, also you got to think is who's making the show at this point. It's probably like I don't know who's actually making that exact show. Probably been long enough that he's okay to get on with it. But like who? I mean, I presume it's still the same sort of company that owns the copyright, but that one seems like it was a Netflix miniseries. They did the reboot movie, didn't they, recently? I never saw that. I was meant to. I fancy giving it a go. I want to watch the film as well because there's two. I think there's two Mega Drive games. There's the oh, isn't it? Is it the Power Rangers movie? And then there's the Turbo one. I can't remember. One of them's a fighter, I think, and one of them's a beat 'em up. Could have a look. I'm being lazy. Let's have a look. Some weird transitions. The movie was a beat 'em up and Power Rangers was a fighter. But which one? I can't remember which one's first. And what's the story lore? It's an unofficial Power Rangers RPG on Steam. When's that based on? What's Power Rangers then? I'm gonna just close my document and you can tell me instead. Wait, oh it's open now. It's lagging. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is October '94. And Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie, which is a beat 'em up, is June 1995. So what's the 94 one then? The TV series? 94. What am I watching right now? I wonder, because I'm going to basically watch up to the point where the episodes overlap with the game. So I watched an episode that aired in September '93, so I've still got some ways to go. Wait, is Jason in the game? 'Cause didn't they leave after like the first episode? I mean the first season.
40, 30. Out.
Chroma Squad.
Deuce.
Ah.
Fault.
There was that sort of like magical girl Sailor Moony sort of RPG that was on Steam that looked interesting to me at one point.
Advantage.
But
Deep.
I don't really do indie games and Steam games unless they get like console releases.
Deuce.
Do do do.
Play out one. Game won by
Receiver. So pretty much RPGs. Well, this one was quite. I can't remember, but it was 2D. That was the main selling point of it, I think. It was Western made. Don't even know if it's ever been finished yet.
15.
It was an RPG, I think. I think it was side view. Like Chris Tales or something, but
30. Love.
I mean, there's also, I know there's Blue Reflection on the PlayStation 4, I've got that, but I just need to get around to actually playing it, which is just a magical girl
Game won by
RPG, but this one was very much like, it was the sort of, the Sentai Sailor Moon style thing, you know, the different colours, I think,
0. Play out one.
not just magical girl.
Love.
Oh well. Sure, it was quite high profile at the time, but it was definitely indie. No, not really. I literally watched the trailer, that's all. The one thing I think I remember, I think I vaguely remember one of the girls was black, and I think she was green coloured. I can't remember who any of the other characters were. Might have even made that up. I might be thinking of a different game.
Set point. Fault.
Move on. Magical Girl RPG indie. Doesn't look like anything that's just come up. No, nothing. Who's doing that though? Mystical Machine Gun, I'm going to try and time this to put you off your serve. Well, I had my face in Google, so instead you put me off my Google search. How are you? Ooh. Thank you. Whoops. There you go. You did put me off. Thank you so much for this, for the serve. Thank you for the serve. Let's not shout out Mystic Machine Gun. But who dat? How's Jodie progressing? She's almost at the final now. Bum 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 bum. This is the semi-final of the final tournament before we go into the ATP Championship. So this is pretty loud, isn't it? Let me turn that down. Bloody Thunder Force with its booming soundtrack. You just can't reach. Give it up. You haven't got the range. Oops. Need to pause that then. Bah.
Set point.
Whoopsie.
Deuce.
The ball effects is nice. It's a good game. This is. I've got no complaints really. I mean, if I had to, perhaps it's a little bit too easy. I'm not sure. Because Wimbledon was so difficult, this one just feels so easy. Maybe I've also just got better at this style of game because I've played a lot of Wimbledon, but every opponent's been pretty easy. I'm doing the full ATP Tour career mode, so you start out, you make a new character, and every time you win a championship, depending on where you place, if you place first, you get 5 experience points. Some might say it's a tennis RPG. I wouldn't, but it's you can increase your serve or your strokes or your whatever's, your speed. I'm trying to click my glasses now while I'm talking. And I think there's about 11 tournaments, and then you go to the ATP Championship. But the manual seems to suggest. In fact, let me see if I can find it. ATP Tour. Let me just check, 'cause I'm curious myself now. A power-up glory serve. Sometimes I bait them into moving. Okay, manual says. Da, 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 da. The World Championship. Every season ends with this. Is that the right mode? So you begin the ATP Tour. The ATP Tour story. The ATP Tour is an exciting competitive game of men's professional tennis, blah blah blah. ATP Tour makes 87 stops in 39 countries. Oh, that's what it is. On 6 continents. So I guess we get to play in just some of them, like the highlights of them. You can choose to participate or decline in different tournaments. That's what the tour is. It begins in January, culminates in the ATP Tour World Championship in Frankfurt, Germany, with a field featuring the top 8 players on the ATP Tour rankings, and we're number 1 at the moment, and the ATP Tour World Doubles Championship, with a field of the top 8 double teams. And so that's what we have been doing. The 1994 tournament schedules all stops on the tour. Because then you have the date of each tournament. We're in like November now, I think. We are number 1. And it says that every season on the ATP Tour ends with this tournament. This is the ATP World Championship. Only the top 8 players in the rankings are eligible to participate, win or finish well here, and end the year at the top. The 8 players are broken randomly into 2 groups, A and B. Maybe I'll read this when we start, actually, I think, because we're only a game away, and it'll help explain when we're actually looking at the stuff on the screen that's in the manual right now, I can see. But yeah, we're pretty much on our way to the ATP Tour Championship, which it should be after this. Not this match, but the one after. But yeah, the controls and stuff is really good. It's a solid end era Mega Drive game though, because it's what, mid 1995 it came out. I think it was March. Have I got it written on the screen? March 1995. So that's, you know, I feel like 95 is the real last hurrah of the Mega Drive. There are games in 96, but I think 95 was the real kind of big things are winding down. Where did Earthworm Jim 2 come out? I was looking this up today actually, and I was really surprised how late Earthworm Jim 2 was. I think that might be 96. But and it made me realise. Suppose I remember playing the characters two different people. I'm trying really hard not to be Jodie Foster right now, but we've had this conversation before. But Earthworm Jim was 93. No, Earthworm Jim 2. Earthworm Jim 1 is later than 93. I think it's 90. I want to say it's 94, 95. Maybe 2 was 96. It was late. I think we kind of misremember now because. I mean, feel free, you probably can Google and be like, actually no, it was 93, but whatever. Maybe it wasn't. But I think that, in fact I want to know now.
0, player 1.
Wait there, Michael Doodats. When did Earthworm Jim 1 come out? This is a really good example of what I want to say. October 1994 was Earthworm Jim, so it was almost 95. And when did Earthworm Jim 2 come out then? 1995. Well, they churned those out quick. Whoa, it's the end of 1995 was Earthworm Jim 2. Yeah. Yeah, it feels like it was earlier, but I think this is just the internet. YouTube has brainwashed us to forget how long the Mega Drive lasted at least in the UK and Australia. I don't know about America, but I feel like a lot of people played Earthworm Jim. But you know, everybody says like, oh, the Sega Saturn came out in like what, 1995 or something, was it? 95, and the PlayStation came out in 1994, and it's like, yeah, but the Mega Drive and SNES didn't just pack up their bags and piss off at the crack of New Year's Eve 1993. And the PlayStation had like bugger all to play on it for ages, it felt like. I don't feel like the main bulk of significant PlayStation games didn't even surface until about 97. Peak PlayStation for me is probably about 1999. 98, 99. But listening to too much YouTube and people on Twitch and internet, whatever, has made you just sort of feel like the PlayStation was like banging out games from pretty much the mid-90s. Hey Mac, how are you? Whereas I was looking up today the games and stuff, and it's like, oh my god, I must have been playing Mega Drive well into like 97. Because games that came out in 1995 and into 96, and you have to remember as well, like when it came out, let's say Earthworm Jim 2 came out in October of 1995, but I'd have been playing it in 1996 because I didn't get it. My friend got it at some point. We played Mega Drive right up until the N64 came out. I played my Mega Drive and my Super Nintendo until probably about 98, really, when my brother got a PlayStation.
Player 1, 2, 0.
He got FIFA 98, I think, with his PlayStation, so whenever that came out was when we got a PlayStation. I did play a PlayStation at friends though, but I didn't have one. If it wasn't sold out, we hadn't sold it. So, Light Crusader came out in the summer of 95, and I got that as a Christmas present, so I'm going to go, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I assume it was Christmas 95. But it might have been Christmas 96.
15.
1995, Mega Drive SP, 1995, all Mega Drives have been launched into the sun. Basically. Hello, Jose. Now, I think 1993 is probably a good place to say is peak Mega Drive. And I don't necessarily mean that the best games were in 93, but I feel like it hit it's when the developers like really knew what they were doing, I think, and the graphics were really starting to outshine. Of course, there's fantastic games that came before that, but I feel like 93 is when they were really starting to like. I feel like it's like, you know, the year about 1999 on the PlayStation. Yeah, Final Fantasy's 97 and it's absolutely amazing, but like 98, 99 PlayStation is like all those great games like Final Fantasy 8, Metal Gear Solid 2, I mean even Tomb Raider 2 is like 98, I think. What else is there? Silent Hill, Resident Evil 2 and 3, all those great games are around like 98, 99 era. Mega Drive has got like loads of good stuff. Like when's Phantasy Star 4? That's like 94. Crash Bandicoot 2 would be about 98.
0, player 1, 3.
Because even franchises that existed, some of their better entries were the sequels in like 98.
15, love.
Yeah, Mega Drive 93, I can't even think what it all is now. It's just stuff like Dynamite Headdy and Thunder Force 4 and
30, love.
just graphically impressive stuff. 94's a good year, really. It feels sort of similar. I haven't even looked into it. I wonder how PlayStation 2 is as well, and the probably even the Super Nintendo. But it feels like games on consoles, they really do get good in like the sort of like second to last year.
14, 15.
Whatever Fantasy 4 came out. But yeah, other games that came out in 95, 96 that I remember playing was like Garfield Caught in the Act. I remember my friend getting that, and apparently that was late 95, I think. And
Game won by
FM Gym 2. Lion King's late. I think Lion King's 94. I remember. I mean, late as in like later than you think,
1.
when you misremember everything.
15, love.
You dropped a game. Better paying attention. Oh, this is the music from Wimbledon. But yeah, so back to the whole point of what we're talking about. This game is very good. Like, this is very polished. This is peak Mega Drive developer quality tennis game. Like, they know how to use the machine. And also it's a sequel. They did Wimbledon, which I felt was rough around the edges but had great potential. This is them ironing the kinks out of Wimbledon, although I do think they've sort of diluted it a bit because the AI is so easy now. I don't need to use any other types of strokes at all. I can just get away with pressing the C button and nothing else, whereas Wimbledon I had to use B and A to like lob it over their heads and stuff. But on a two-player, well, I might be a little bit OP, but no, Wimbledon is tough. Wimbledon is really, really tough. When there's certain AI profiles that are just nasty. But against your friend, if you think about this as a two-player experience, this game will be excellent. But the AI is definitely a bit more dumb on this one. They do faults quite often, which they didn't on Wimbledon. And sometimes I'll hit the ball and it's like they clearly could have made it, but they don't go for it. It's a bit strange. Whereas what the AI would do on Wimbledon is after the hit, when you got the nasty AI profile, they would do basically what I'm going to try and do now, which is they would hit it and then they would immediately be right at the front of the net, and there would just be like this wall going forwards and backwards, and you couldn't get it past them with insane reflexes. Whereas I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's intentional, but maybe they've kind of put this one on a bit more of a chill. I feel like the AI is very happy to just sit back and at the back of the court and not do much. they're still, you know, you still can't sleep, but
40-30. Hey. Game won by Steve.
by Strook. I have had one or two spicy rounds. It might be opponents because there's so many different players in this one, and I haven't really ended up fighting the same people. Maybe it was, you know, it might have been feedback at the time, I'm not sure. Maybe there was feedback of people saying it was too hard.
15 love. Ace. 30 love. Love.
I don't think I've still got Wimbledon loaded up, otherwise I'd put it on, but
40-15.
Wimbledon's pretty good though. But this has improved other things too, like the ball effect that you were talking about, Mystical. That's new to this one, I think. The ball like looks like it's scaling up, which is pretty cool. Game feels a little bit faster as well.
Player one.
This one didn't come out in Japan though, which is it's kind of sad really, the amount of games that were good on the Mega Drive that they just didn't bother, even though I want to say this is Japanese developed as well, and they just didn't bother releasing it in their own territory. It's kind of a shame.
15.
But I think in 1995 they pretty much just dropped support for the Mega Drive almost in Japan. Moved on to the Saturn. I mean, there are releases, but not so much sports games, I think. Obviously, like Ristar came out, and then quite a few of the weird Western games like The Ooze and Batman Forever and True Lies and stuff. What a success the Saturn turned out to be what it was in Japan. They definitely made the right decision, to be honest, dropping the Mega Drive and pushing the Saturn in Japan. Oh yeah, Saturn was really, really successful in Japan. That's why the library's so much bigger. How did it flop here so badly? I mean, there's loads of speculations. I can parrot what the internet says about it at you, but I mean, I'm not really an expert, but most people seem to say it's a combination of a lot of things. And a lot of it's mostly an American perspective, but shitloads more games in Japan. Yeah, the Dreamcast was never quite as big, but it certainly wasn't a failure, I wouldn't say, until it was the end. The Ooze. But the Saturn was released... I think one thing I heard is... So the Saturn did a surprise release drop. They pushed it out really quick in America, ahead of the original scheduling. They did a famous press announcement where they just said it's in stores right now, you can go and buy it, but apparently that pissed off retailers because retailers had not had a chance to do their proper promotion for the opening of it, so it upset a lot of retailers apparently, maybe in America, and I think some even were starting to get arsey and not carry it. I don't think that's the only reason though, but then another reason was the price point. It was expensive, and so there's a famous thing on the internet you can watch where Sony does the mic drop where they say was Saturn they did their big presentation about the new console that they were going to do, and I can't remember the number exactly, but it was like $499 or something like that. There was the Saturn was going to be like $500 or something, or $600, and apparently that's it. Sony just walks up and says $299 and walks off, and that's it. So that's another thing, you know, price difference and stuff, marketing, and I think a lot of Western developers struggled to do games well for the Saturn too, so that probably encouraged them to drop it earlier and move to the PlayStation. Apparently some of it marketing too, like a lot of games for the Saturn were famously 2D, and I think I think whoever was the CEO of Sega of America, again, I know all of this just because YouTube only really ever talks about America, or Wikipedia or whatever. It's very America-centric in English, but apparently the CEO of Sega America at the time didn't want too many two-dimensional games on the platform because he thought it would make the console look weak. So a lot of the games, just stupid stuff like Luna, the big, famous, amazing, successful Luna, whatever it is that people love, like not being on the Saturn, Grandia not being released either, I think because they're 2D and they're RPGs. It's kind of just a lot of stupid. I don't know why you would block games. I don't know I don't know. This might be more complicated than that too, with translation or whatever, but there's a lot of stuff that isn't on the Saturn, A lot of the shooters didn't come over. A lot of weird 2D games, things like Princess Crown. Bernie sounds a bit of a massive, yeah, apparently. So there's a lot of factors, but the other factor that I think, which is a really, really big factor in my opinion, is there was no Sonic. I think the lack of a big Sonic title did not help. I know not everybody likes Sonic, but in 1993, 94, 95, Sonic was very, very popular with kids. And do you know what makes money? Kids nagging their parents for the new Sonic game that's on the Sega Saturn. Not having a brand new whopping Sonic game would be a big problem, because I never had a Sega Saturn. Do you know why? No Sonic. It's very simple. Yeah, I mean, it probably didn't even need to be a good game, but I was thirsty for Sonic in 1995. They did have Sonic 3D on the Sega Saturn, but that was also on the Mega Drive. It didn't feel like a new game. And other conversations that people have is this is the final now, is loss of loss of consumer confidence and trust, because they tittered everybody about with the Mega CD and the 32X. It's kind of damaging reputation, because 1 minute they're pushing the Sega CD, next minute they're dropping it and putting out the 32X, and then apparently famously people saying, they basically just dropped the 32X immediately, and then they've got the Saturn coming out, and you can imagine people trying to keep up with Sega's hardware at this point and just being like, oh, for God's sake, why would you buy a Saturn when they've kind of just dropped the last 2 units that they did? And there's a quote, I think, again, is it Bernie Stoller, whatever his name is, or something? He basically turned around at one point and said the Saturn isn't Sega's future, which is, I think it was referring to the Saturn, or it might have been the 32X, but I think he turned around and said the Saturn isn't our future, which is a really stupid thing to say, publicly. But yeah, just a bit of a fuck up in the West, but in Japan, it's a totally different story. The Mega Drive wasn't big. Yeah. The Mega Drive wasn't big, and they dropped it and pushed out the Saturn and had a lot more success with it.
Game won by player 1.
I'm not Japanese and I haven't lived here, so I can't speak for everybody, but I want to say almost the Saturn was perhaps maybe better than the N64, if not equal to the N64. I still think PlayStation dominated really everywhere, but Saturn was very close, I think. You can tell just by how many games there are and how easy it is to find games. PlayStation is so easy to find everywhere. Saturn, you have to dig deeper. N64, maybe N64 is easier to find than Saturn though, but if you go to anywhere that's carrying retro stuff, they'll have Saturn stuff, and they'll have a lot of it. But used stores might not be carrying much Saturn stuff. They tend to carry PlayStation. They'll carry N64 carts. Final Fantasy 7 and 8 games second-hand on expensive. No, not in Japan, no. Although they're trying to make Final Fantasy 7 happen at the moment. Some of the used chain stores are trying to make Final Fantasy Tactics and Final Fantasy 7 expensive for no reason. Tourists will probably buy them.
15:30.
I've seen them trying to sell, I think, Final Fantasy Tactics for like 3,000 yen recently, and I'm just like, are you drunk?
Game won by player 1.
Biggest point 32. Yeah, 32x was not very good. A suggestion people shouldn't be too forward to buy it? I've no idea. Sonic 3D was also on the Game Gear, just spread too thin.
Player 1, 2,
I mean, there's Sonic Jam, but that's just a compilation. I always wanted to play Sonic R, but it wasn't console worthy.
15, love.
I think the Dreamcast did really well by launching with Sonic Adventure. That's very clever. That's good business sense. Launching with your big IP, you know.
30, love.
But at the end of the day, I think people can speculate as much as they want about lots of things. I think one thing that's always really important, it doesn't matter which console's better for a lot of people. I think people underestimate how a lot of gamers like me function. I'm about games. I don't care about Sony and Nintendo and Sega Z. I don't have this console wars. I don't have allegiance to Sega or allegiance to Nintendo. I go where games are. Where are my franchises? Which games do I like? I don't have a lot of GameCube games because all my favourite series and franchises and developers were making stuff for PlayStation 2. It's very simple. And I imagine with the Sega Saturn, once you've got like the developers are not they're dropping sequels and only doing them on the PlayStation, it's going to hurt your console a lot. You know, Tomb Raider 1 is on the PlayStation and the Saturn, but Tomb Raider 2 is not. And Resident Evil 2 is not on the Saturn. And you got Crash Bandicoot, which is a PlayStation exclusive. I mean, Saturn was kind of on its last legs by then, really, but you know what I mean. That's sort of a thing. You've got all these amazing games coming out on the PlayStation that are not coming out on the Saturn. For whatever reason. And Nintendo's very good because Nintendo has very powerful IPs that they've always protected and kept from ever being too saturated and ruined. I don't know, I think Sega just sort of fucked up with a lot of their IPs a lot. Because I mean, it's all that stuff. Why isn't there a Streets of Rage on the Sega Saturn? You know, why isn't there like a proper Shinobi game on the Sega Saturn? Why isn't there a proper Golden Axe game on the Sega Saturn? Why isn't there a follow-up to Super Hang-On? Or, you know, all this stuff, like why? Where are all these IPs that you've had over the years? Where are they? Why didn't you put them out? I'm thinking from a Western point of view.
15, all.
Why no Streets of Rage 4? What else is big that wasn't there? Why no Phantasy Star? You know, where's your Phantasy Star? I know they concluded it, but still.
40, 15.
Yeah, I think Fighting Force was, but also it wasn't on the Saturn. Was the first one on the Saturn? Wasn't it? Was it cancelled? But just lots of stuff. You can never truly know what the reasons for stuff are, I think. There's the element of just public popularity and opinion, which you can't control. Because the dev wanted it multi-platform. I mean, they should have been making it themselves, really. Or getting Ancient to do it again. I mean, they did keep up some stuff, you know, they had the Shining Force, they did Story of Thor 2. I could also imagine, because if you think about like what was a lot of Sega's successors, was sports games. You know, we joke about these. Well, I don't joke about them anymore. I've changed my tune a lot, but you know, it's quite common to shit on these sports games. But they sold Mega Drives. Jody's making it look easy, but they did. They're popular. They were successful. They sold and made a lot of money. I don't know what the Sega Saturn sports game was like. I know they tried, they had the Sega Sports line, but you got your FIFA 98, which was really big on the PlayStation 1. But then I feel like one of the things with the N64 sort of took that slot, because I feel like the Mega Drive was more the gaming with friends console, the competitive sports console and stuff, you know, with your friends over and whatever, and N64 had that built in with the 4-player. N64 did become the sort of the social console with Golden Eyes and Mario Parties and Mario Karts and
Game won by player 1.
because not everybody's a hardcore gamer. You've got to get the mainstream consumer as well, just your general person that buys video games. I mean, that's why I feel like hardcore gamers don't really play the Wii a lot or talk about the Wii too much, but you know, the Wii sold so much to people that don't play video games typically. Yeah, exactly. Nintendo did that. Everybody had a Wii. Everybody had a Wii. Even people that hadn't played games in about 15 years had a Wii. So, your mum loves Pikmin, yeah? So, there's lots of stuff.
Love 30.
I don't know. I always like to just talk speculatively and whatever, because at the end of the day, I think people like to get a bit too much like, I know the reason, and it's like, well, why aren't you in like business and stuff? Like, if you've got all the tips and the know-how of what makes a business like be successful or not. We all talk as if we're like actually in marketing and know exactly what we're talking about, but like, I'm not a marketer. I don't have a degree in like PR or business sense or whatever, but you know, I'm just talking speculatively, you know. Yeah, but that's what I mean. We're all just, but some people they'll be like, actually I think you'll find it's because of the Sega did this and blah 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 blah, and the biggest reason that they failed, it's like, well, how can you be so bloody sure? You were probably like 10 when it happened. And most of the information that we're all reciting has just come from watching somebody's YouTube video or reading Wikipedia, and over the years and formulating it all in our heads. I wasn't there at the Sega meetings when what's his name, Stoller, was saying all this stuff. I don't even remember any of it because I was like a kid. I wasn't. The reason is very simple for me. I didn't get a Sega Saturn because I didn't have money. I couldn't buy one, and I couldn't probably convince my parents to get me a games console at that point in time. And I kind of wasn't that arsed. There was no Sonic driving me. All I remember is I really wanted Sonic 3D so much. I really wanted Sonic 3D for the Mega Drive, and I never got it. Different climates. The Saturn was probably too expensive. I don't remember how much it launched for in the UK, but it's another thing that I find really common when we talk on the internet, especially when there's like this American narrative on everything. And as a British person and or another fellow European and stuff, we're not American, and we didn't live in America, and we didn't have the same money or lack of money. Everybody has a different lived experience, and it drives me crazy on Twitch sometimes when people just talk in stats and so-called facts and stuff, and nobody talks about like how it was, because it's like, if you listen to the internet, people will talk as if like everybody kind of played a Sega CD, but it's like, in my village, in my hometown, in my country, nobody of my age played a Sega CD. They were too expensive, nobody had one, didn't exist. I have no connection with the Sega CD at all. But then I watch like big prominent YouTubers talking about their memories of the Sega CDs. I can't relate. I don't have it. I don't know what it is. The Sega Channel, never heard of it until the internet. I didn't even know that. I don't remember the Sega Channel really existing. I think it was mentioned in Sonic the Comic, but my young brain was too young to understand what it was probably talking about. I didn't really understand what is a Sega Channel, and I certainly didn't have one. I wouldn't have been able to convince my parents to get me the Sega Channel. Whatever, I don't even know, do you have to pay for it? Like a rental thing or what? The internet back then was niche. Yeah, it was just this weird thing that I don't think about. Neighbour where I used to live had a Saturn, but there was barely any games for it in Sonic. Yeah, my friend got a Saturn and Sonic R, but they got a Saturn much later. Like, I already had a PlayStation, I think, and that was them, like, they were getting the old console at that point, and I went over there and played it, but it was all about the PlayStation by then. Just read the bottom, tennis players wearing Commander Keen cosplay. 2K Sports games really changed the genre, and that was the Sega shop for several of the important years. Yeah. How Nintendo saved the world in America gaming crash? Yeah, it just gets tired. It's parroted, and it's not what my memories are. Sorry, I need a throat sweep. My throat is killing me. Thank you for the bits there. I'll read your sentence in a moment. As I try and lean over and grab this. Frustrated with usually US which channels in the draw and conclusions and everything, don't base it on anything. Yeah. Mentioned in Sonic the Comic. You've still never seen. I've never seen a Sega CD either. Well, no, once. I've told this story a few times, but I saw a Sega CD once. One of my friends in the village. I feel like I'd have to see. The thing is, just age makes a huge difference too in landscape. The difference of about like 8 years can be night and day in what you didn't experience. Because I think if you were to ask Techie Rob, who streams on Twitch and is a good British streamer, he's older than me and has a totally different view of this time period, because I was a child, whereas I think he was probably a teenager. It makes a big difference. So I feel like the Sega CD may have been more prominent amongst young adults, you know, people who are getting their first job and have got a bit of money, but kids trying to get their parents to get them this really expensive Sega CD didn't even have a good like range of games worth it. The only thing me as a kid I was noticing was Sonic CD. But Sonic 2 was coming out and so was Sonic 3, so you just sort of forgot about it. Mentioning Sonic the Comic. How do Moon? I have fond memories of getting edged by Sega consoles coming out, CD32, Saturn, and then being utterly crestfallen by price skating. Yeah, they were expensive. I know. I do remember the 32X. I remember the 32X more than the CD, to be honest. I remember seeing the CD, but you have to remember as well, a lot of Sega CD games came out on the Mega Drive as well, because they knew, especially in the PAL region probably, they knew that the install base was so small and they needed to put them out on cart as well, otherwise they're not going to sell. Because you've got the Misadventures of Flink, which I think is Mega CD exclusive in North America, but in Europe it had a Mega Drive release. Pugsy is on Mega CD, but it's also on cart. Mickey Mania's I think is on both. A lot of games had dual releases, much like they did with the Master System, because it was smart. It's smart business sense. The Lion King has a Master System version in Europe because a lot of people still have Master Systems and maybe didn't have Mega Drives yet. Things like that, because I don't know the ins and outs of it all, but I want to say off the top of my head, and someone can correct me if they know better, but I feel like people were kind of poor in the 90s in the UK, poorer than probably in the 2000s. I think people were kind of struggling at that point in time, your average people. So it's not the same landscape as, whereas I get the impression America was a bit more booming in the 90s and people had a bit more income. you know, one country doesn't have the same economy as the other, and it's important when you look at video game history as to why things went the way they were. It's not quite simply about personal taste, it's about affordability. Why was the Super Nintendo bigger in America than the UK? Some of it might quite simply just be British people couldn't afford Nintendo at that point in time, whereas Sega was much cheaper. Sometimes it can be very simple things like that. And then once you've got your install base, people don't shift. But I remember the 32X because of Knuckles Chaotix. I so desperately wanted to play Knuckles Chaotix because the Sonic the Comic pushed that quite hard because they did a whole comic strip story of it. They did previews and everything. I remember asking for Christmas for 32X and Knuckles Chaotix, and guess what? Didn't get one. I mean, in hindsight, it's kind of fortunate, maybe good I didn't get one. Didn't need for my one game that I would have probably played on it, because the rest of the 32X library, I think Calibri, I fancy Calibri, but there's nothing else on the 32X I care about. American streamers in the channel. It's not everybody though. I mean, there's plenty of American people on Twitch that are very aware of that. I know Neon Arcade's very interested in the idea that, you know, not everybody has the shared game history that people like to regurgitate. I know Cobra Commander's more interested in people's personal stories than what the stats on Wikipedia say. Not around, no need to hide. We did have a recession in the early 90s. Exactly, yeah. So those things matter.
15-30.
So I mean, my family weren't, I wouldn't say that I had a particularly poor upbringing compared to other people, because my parents were older than most people's parents, because I had much older siblings. So my parents were a bit more comfortable at the time, but even I didn't get like every single console doodah, because it was just, I don't know. Big purchases for my age, I guess. I did get a PlayStation. The PlayStation was the very first console I had that was mine and not my brother's. Because all my consoles, my parents didn't buy them, my brother bought them. He was working and then he let me play them because he was still living at home at the time. And that's the thing again, like I was just saying, like Sega CDs and whatever. I think a lot of it was young people who were working. So my brother bought the Super Nintendo, he brought the Mega Drive, he bought the majority of the games. Some of them were mine as Christmas presents, but I don't have any money. Now my pocket money would have been like, you know, like £2 a week or something.
Game won by
If that, at that time. We got PlayStation, second-hand one. Dad got a few games and other games he got working for him. See, my best friend growing up was in a very different financial situation to me, and so that was very much reflected in the video games that he had. But he played a lot of my games at mine. He didn't have a Super Nintendo. He didn't have a PlayStation for a very long time. He didn't have a Mega Drive for a while. He had a Master System though, which I never had. So we kind of shared each other's experiences. I played a lot of Master System at his house. He played Mega Drive at mine and Super Nintendo. He probably wouldn't have played a Super Nintendo if he wasn't friends with me. But we played, like, he grew up playing Secret of Mana because he was my friend. You know, we played it together. It's a good memory that we have. I played Sword of Sedan because of my friendship with him. But I used to go with him. He used to get games on... Do you remember, like, you'd have the market? I never got games from the market because we didn't go to markets much, but we would go on the train to, like, go visit his grandma sometimes on, like, a weekend. And we'd stop by the the town market, whatever it was, and they would have like used second stuff, and you could get some really cheap stuff on the market. And he would be allowed to get a game every now and then, because they would probably be quite old games at this point. So he was probably getting Sword of Sudan in like 1994, you know, when it came out in like 91 and had bombed. So probably only cost like, I don't know, probably £10, £8 when he got that. And it was very much the mentality of, if your dad's just turned around and said you can have a game off this market, you're just going to get something. Doesn't matter what it is, you're going to get something. And you just look at the box art and away you go. And you end up with Sword of Sudan in your life. I mean, I ended up with Mystic Defender in much the same way, really. I'm pretty sure, to my memory, I got Mystic Defender probably in about 93. Piss. On holiday in like a service station or something, and I just thought the box art was cool. I didn't know what it was, but I just sort of nagged for it and got it. And it turns out later that my brother had already played it and knew what it was. I think he may have even owned it and sold it, but I was too young to remember, because Mystic Defender's pretty old. It's like 89, I think. And then I ended up getting it years later when it was cheap. It's odd when you had a load of hardcore 4x4 Prep the Rapper and Duke Nukem Time to Kill. See, I got my PlayStation probably about 99. My brother had one. He bought one for himself. And what my brother used to do was he'd buy the next console and then metaphorically just give, not metaphorically, but in like, he'd give me the old console, but if he wanted to play something on it, he would take it back. But first, when he got the Super Nintendo, the Mega Drive ended up in my bedroom, and when he got the PlayStation, I got both of them. But the main difference with the PlayStation was really popular, and we were getting a lot of games at that point. I was getting a lot of my own games because I was getting older, and it was becoming harder to share the one PlayStation because I wanted to play a lot more. And eventually I got my own for Christmas, and then, I mean, not too long after that my brother moved out anyway, so it's a good job because I would have lost access to it. And then the PlayStation 2 was very similar. I didn't get a PlayStation 2 until much later. I did play PlayStation 2 at my brother's when I went to visit. I remember playing Zone of the Enders, but I didn't get a PlayStation until probably probably about 2001. I think maybe Christmas 2. When did Kingdom Hearts come out? Because I had it before that. I always feel in my head Kingdom Hearts is 2001 for some reason. 2002. December 2002. So when was Final Fantasy? I'm just trying to do the math now. Final Fantasy X, I definitely had one by then. That's June 2001, isn't it? That's summer 2001. So I reckon I got a PlayStation 2 for Christmas 2000. Which actually, that's quite early. Or maybe it was my birthday. I got one. I definitely had the fat model. When did the PlayStation come out in the UK? Does anybody know? Can't be asked to Google. I need to get through these tennis games. I'm like looking at the time and like, shit, I'm not even going to finish. Oh my god, I need to sneeze. Okay, that's a bit better.
Ace.
Ace.
15 all. $15, $30. $15, $40. Fold. Double fold. Game won by.
We're getting Dark Cloud as well at the start of the PlayStation. We did get a Dreamcast in 2000, I think, but that wasn't mine, that was my brother's. And he wasn't living at home, but I was able to play it at his, and then he just let me borrow the. I think he was starting to drop off playing games for a while, and he just let me borrow the Dreamcast and all the games to it, and I was just in absolute heaven. And then I bought Skies of Arcadia myself and Shenmue, but the Dreamcast was technically never mine. I have my own Dreamcast now, like 20 years later. But again, I feel with the Dreamcast too in the UK, the Dreamcast was a bit more special. I only knew one other person in the village with a Dreamcast.
30, 15. All.
And then I had an N64, but again, that was my brother's doing. He bought it. Bought it for Zelda.
40, 30.
I can't even think when that was. Probably 98? No, can't be. Maybe 99?
Game won by player 1.
Probably the first thing I actually ever had was the Game Boy before the PlayStation. The Game Boy, that was mine, and that was mostly for taking on holiday. I actually never had many games for the Game Boy. Even though I technically had a lot, I just had 2 of those bootleg carts that had multiple games on it. So I had a lot of Game Boy games, but none of them sort of officially. Okay, I had
30, 15.
Zelda, Pokemon Red, Pokemon Yellow. I can't think of anything else. I think that's it. Woo! Because it's even to the Nintendo versus Sega war. So for me personally, no. I have no memory of it, and I don't really think about it. I don't know the Smudge, you can comment on that. But I know that Techie Rob and Angel Interceptor feel a little bit more aware of it than I do. It might be an age thing. But when I was a kid, I don't think it wasn't like the playground conversation like people make it out to be on YouTube. None of my friends gave a crap. Pretty much everybody played Mega Drive anyway. Nah, there was none of that when I was in school. I don't know about people a bit older than me. Most people just played Mega Drive. It was really quite a simple thing. Nobody was playing Super Nintendo. And I played both, and I didn't really argue one was better than the other. One had Sonic, and one had Secret of Mana and Illusion of Gaia. That's how I saw it. I still feel that way. I don't think one's better than the other. They scratch totally different itches. Hey Barface, how are you? We've just won the Paris Open. But this might be the last time I can do stat upgrades. So what shall I do? choices. I'm not really sure what serve control is going to do. Let's go for that. So we've taken place in all 10 tournaments. 2.5 million. Driving into a soul-draining corporate office after 2 hours. Oh my god. Yeah, you were streaming late. Is it not like Labor Day or whatever you call it? Something. Why were you up so late? I saw that you were still streaming when I was finishing work. Watch other players' games? What? I don't want to watch other players' games. I don't care. So, Group A standings. These are the people. So what it says... as I was just reading in the manual. Every season on the ATP Tour ends with this tournament. Only the top 8 players in the rankings are eligible to participate. Win or finish well here and end the year at the top. The 8 players are broken randomly into 2 groups, A and B, and play one best of 3 match against each other player in their group. They play one best of 3 match. So there's going to be 3 games. The 2 players in each group with the best results then face off, with the winners then meeting each other for the title. Okay, so there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more games to finish this then. Following their final match, the winners and losers match statistics will appear, followed by your statistics and totals for the entire season. The players in each group with the most match wins become the top player in his group. If there are 2 or more players in one group with an equal number of matches, the player who won the most sets gets the nod. If there is again a tie, the player won with the highest percentage of total sets he played claims the top spot. I see. Travellers in video game communities are kind of ridiculous practice wholesale, considering that any and all entries to the reader bring more eyes and ears to games. Well, the other thing too is, it's like movies. It's like anything. It's like movies, books, music. It's all the same kind of thing, you know? Like, not everybody listened to the Spice Girls in the 90s, but they were popular, you know? Everybody's got their own experiences and what they played and what they didn't play and reasons why they played it or they didn't. Which countries, which artist was more famous than others or something, or which movie was bigger, which area had more word of mouth. Something weird going on in the art section, I see. I'm very comfortable here. Did I win? Yes, we're about to start the big championship, but I'm going to go make a cup of coffee first. I will be back. Okay, actually about now. So I guess we'll just jump straight in. Press C button. I'm hoping I've got time to finish all of this.
Player 1, 0, Edberg. 0.
So that we've got, I think, 5 games.
Love. 30, love.
What was everybody's first first console that you remember? And or first game?
40, love. Game.
Obviously mine was the Mega Drive, which is sort of what led me to do this rather than anything else. But I would say that just because it was my first console doesn't mean it's the one that I had the most depth with. I feel like PlayStation, I definitely played a lot more of that, PlayStation 2.
15, love.
So it was that was one of the appeals really, because this is such a nostalgic console for me because it's my first, but yet there's so much of it I've never actually played.
15, all.
Beyond like some of the really big name games. And speaking of my first ever video game, it's this one right now, Castle of Illusion music playing.
Double 4. 30, all.
I mean, I've watched other people on Twitch recently, and I kind of always presume everybody's sort of the same. Everybody's like NES or Mega Drive, but it's like, no, in the world of retro now, a lot of people's first consoles is starting to be things like DS, GameCube.
Player 1, 2, Edberg. 0.
Oh.
Love 15. Ace. 15, all.
Ah!
15, 30. 30, all. 40, 30.
'Ooh, spicy.
Won by player 1.
Good rally, thank you.
Player 1.
I was just saying, what is everybody's first console they ever played, and if you can remember what game? I'm just thinking, what's yours, Mystical? I'm not even sure if I know. I kind of just presume Mega Drive, but
Love 15.
did you do the Master System?
Out. Love 30.
Alex Kidd. Well, what was the first? What was the first that you owned then?
Love 40.
I don't think I played a game before having it in the house.
Won by player 1.
Mega Drive for sure. So you played a lot of gaming before you actually had it.
Player 1. 4, Edberg.
See, because of my brother, we had games in the house when I was pretty young. Even though I wasn't really playing it myself, I was watching.
Out. 15 love.
Let's just go to concerts led to his nagging mum and dad for one. Do you remember your first games?
30 love.
I don't remember the timelines too much on every game, but I do have memories of playing some of them. I remember the first time playing Streets of Rage, I think, and that was not at my house. I remember going with my brother.
Out.
Pretty sure it was Sonic 1. He rented it a lot.
One.
I think we got Sonic with our Mega Drive, I'm not sure. No, we couldn't have done. No, we didn't.
Edbug.
Because we had Castle of Illusion first. I think Sonic didn't exist yet. But I remember playing Streets of Rage for the first time. I'd gone...
15.
You rented lots of other games. Ah.
15 all.
Oh, you used to rent a lot of Phantasy Star, didn't you? Hoping that the battery save was still there. Did you ever not have a time when someone had deleted it? Or did you just immediately re-rent it? You must have almost paid for it by the time you finished though, surely. But asking your parents for like £50 is different from asking them for like £2 or £3 a week or something.
30.
I suppose it wouldn't be add up to that much in the end, but I never rented role-playing games.
One by
Anything too long. 3 weekends in a row. I just suppose you just sit down and play it all weekend because you know you got to get rid of it. I rented Young Merlin. That was quite, and I never finished that. That was quite long,
player
just because it was puzzly and I didn't have the internet and I got stuck. I rented this, which has just come on right now. This is SOS Man Overboard, which was a puzzle game. Had passwords, but I never finished it.
15 love.
God knows why the hell I rented this though, you know, thinking about it. Like, what on earth possessed me to rent this? I feel like my brother might have suggested it. Or he rented it. Like, why the hell did I rent Man Overboard? Maybe it was just... It's probably also... You know when you go to the rental shop and there's just nothing left? Because I remember renting... I rented Boogerman. And I probably would have rented that because I wanted it. I rented Sylvester and Tweety. But again, maybe that's just... There was nothing else to rent. And it's like... Dad's saying you can rent something. So you're not just going to say, oh, there's nothing I want. You just grab it, you know. I probably rented this too because there was nothing else there. The 7-day rentals, that's how we know you beat Sonic Spinball, God Gamer, Mystical Machine Gun, conqueror of all that is Spinball. I'm gonna buy a copy of Sonic Spinball at some point. I've been looking at some at the moment. I need to finish that one. It's Oh, I'm teasing. I know you're not bragging. I'm just following up on the conversation in your stream the other day.
Set one by player one.
I wonder if I can do Sonic Spinball. I remember it's really hard, but I've beaten a lot of hard games now, but pinball's just a bit, it's annoying. I mean, maybe eventually the stars will align. I'm more concerned about things like Devil Crash. I'm not good at pinball. Yeah, I remember playing Streets of Rage because I went to, for some reason, I think my brother was having to take care of me. Maybe he was babysitting, and we ended up going to his friends at the other side of the village, and his friend, who was quite a bit older, pretty sure he had a daughter that was kind of my age, because there's a bit of an age gap between me and my brother, and I think his friend had probably had a kid quite young. I don't remember now, but we ended up playing Streets of Rage all night while my brother was obviously probably having some drinks with his friends in the other room. I don't even know what was going on. Maybe some other people were there as well. But me and this girl were just playing Streets of Rage by ourselves. And it was probably the equivalent of about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. But you know when you're probably, I don't know, 6 or 7 or something? Feels like you're like fucking Cinderella or whatever. So sitting up, it's a good babysitter. Yeah, I don't know what he was doing. He wasn't getting wasted. Parents do all the time. Don't tell me you haven't. But yeah, and I just remember sitting up really late. I think that's the night. I also remember playing Castlevania Bloodlines briefly. Because I mean, the word babysitting, I'd have probably been 7, 8 at this point, maybe 6, 7, I don't know. I might ask sometime, see if you can remember this memory. I also remember them playing World Cup Italia 90 and me watching on that evening, but then the real deal was Streets of Rage. And I remember staying up, at 14 years.
Game won by Edbug. Edbug 2, player 1, 0.
So, you know, he was a young adult at that point. But he's a part, so no babysitting each other. No.
15 all. 15-30.
But interestingly enough, I have Streets of Rage now, and I'm pretty sure it's that exact copy that is my copy of Streets of Rage, because I think that friend eventually, when he didn't want, he gave a box full of his I think that's where James Pond came from as well. He just gave us a box of his Mega Drive. I think he sold the Mega Drive and the games that were left over. I think he knew that my brother still had his Mega Drive and I was still playing it, and he just gave us a box full of some old games that he hadn't gotten rid of. And I think that's the Streets of Rage that I have now. But I still remember playing it and it being really late, and like we were going to have to go home soon. And I remember being on the final stage, you know, with walking to Mr. X's office. And that's just a real vivid memory I have of late night trying to finish the game. I don't remember if we finished it though. I think we got game over, I don't know, and then went home. But because for a long time Streets of Rage was always this game that I didn't get to play very often because it wasn't mine and it was my brother's friend, so I didn't know him.
Game won by player 1.
No babysitting each other for. You can't at that age, really, can you ever?
Player 1, 2. Oh.
See, I used to have to babysit my niece and my nephew, who were sort of similar.
15 love.
But I just used to sit and play. I used to take my own games over, because the best thing, you know, with the PlayStation was my brother-in-law had a PlayStation, so I would just take my game over and my own memory cards and just carry on playing there and babysit. And also my brother had like a big library of PlayStation copy games on his chip PlayStation, so I used to just mess around and sample. I would sometimes just take my memory card over, play his games and keep the save. So that's how I discovered a lot of PlayStation games, because he had loads of them.
Game won by Edberg.
Bastard.
Player 1. Edberg 3.
I've never stopped gaming though, I don't know about you. Did you ever go through a phase where you were not gaming? I feel like maybe I did for about a year, probably in university. I got a little bit busy. But it's just always been something I've done recreationally. Whereas my brother phased out of gaming for probably about 10 years at one point. He's very much back into gaming and has been for a long time now. But I think during probably the PlayStation 3 era, he missed it completely. And now has been playing catch up ever since. He just messaged me the other day that he'd finished Final Fantasy IV The After Years, which I've not played, and said he wasn't sure if it was worth the 50 hours, but first baby in the house just sneaking in Bloodborne. Oh. Yeah, I remember my brother has not finished Silent Hill, I think, because my nephew was quite young at the time and was always wandering in and stuff, and Silent Hill was not appropriate at all, so my brother eventually just gave up on the idea of playing it.
Game won by Player 1.
Because he kept having to just like stop it and pause all the time.
Edberg 3. Player 1. 3. Love 15.
It's funny when I was a kid though, because my parents had no idea what games I was playing, especially at other people's houses. Games weren't really as crazy as they are now though, but like, I mean playing Mortal Kombat, and I remember playing Castlevania Bloodlines at somebody's, which is a bit grim in places with that wolf. And I remember everybody talking about, Thrill Kill. Couldn't see if it. Yeah, they honestly, I used to feel that way too, kind of, and I kind of think it was partly true, but I mean, maybe not literally, if that's what you mean, but I did used to think like everything looked the same. I don't think my mum could really see the difference between like Sonic and Mortal Kombat. Well, she knew what Sonic was because I love Sonic so much. She was very aware of Sonic because she'd buy me stuff like merchandise, like pencil cases and stuff. But I don't think she knew that her Streets of Rage from her James Pond. Don't know. So my mum would know that. But I was a huge Sonic fan, so she'd have made it because I mean I used to get the comic every week, so it was very much Sonic was a big thing. I don't think my mum would have known who Mario was for a while. Great graphics and move on with his day. My dad wouldn't even do that. He just wasn't interested at all. The only game I ever remember my dad showing any interest in was oh, this music's quite sad. The Great Guiana Sisters on the Commodore 64. We used to go on holiday to my dad's friends every now and then down to the south of the country, like once every other year, and stay for a couple of nights, and he had a Commodore 64. That's the only time I ever got to play a Commodore 64. My dad had no interest in it though, but I would play with his friend, and we would just be in our element, like playing all these Commodore 64 games, and I think my dad just wanted to be nosy at what we were up to, and he would have a go at Guiana Sisters, and that would be about all you get out of him. And we always used to cheat. My dad's friend used to cheat, but he always taught me, because I was very young at the time, probably like 6, 7 at this point in time again, and he always used to say, it's not cheating, it's making life easy for yourself. Because we used to put the cheats in on the Commodore, the level skips and whatever. Played Wii Sports, and even then only the bowl. Yeah. I would never get my mum to play anything like that. She's never been bothered.
15,
I think my dad sat and watched me play Sonic once, but that's all about it. He didn't care at all. It's just a totally different generation, because my parents are quite a bit older as well, so they just don't get it. I think my dad's friend, even though he was like a similar age, I think he was just into computers, and so the C64 kind of goes with that, you know, just being a techie person. Because I don't think he had any consoles. He just had a Commodore 64, and maybe an Amiga. Maybe. But he was very much just into computing. And he had a son, and so that might also be why.
Game won by player 1.
When did you even do you consider Commodore 61? I asked you about your first game's console or whatever. Is Commodore 64 not it, or is that just not count because it's more of a computer?
Player 1.
Because I thought you grew up with a C64. Wasn't a console, but you had that first then.
Ace. 15, love.
First by a long way.
15, all. 30, 15. Match point.
Match point. I need to take an ibuprofen. My back is killing me.
Match point.
Mess around with what is that? What's Geos?
Game,
A print
set,
shop.
and match won by player
Do you ever
1.
use an Atari ST? Remember the little bumblebee icon on the mouse? I'm just gonna go pop some ibuprofen. I'll just be a tick. Just mute this a moment. So Windows-esque interface. I only remember the blue screen and typing in the commands. Oh, maybe. The Atari ST looks a bit like that. Do we get to save? Please say we do. We do, thank God. Imagine if we didn't. Oh, I won't get. I do not get to level up anymore though. I'm not surprised if it was. Put this music back on. We'll start launch base from the beginning, shall we? Because it's a jam. Or should we listen to Act 1 instead? Dot matrix printer. Create with Garfield. They changed the label. What, on the disc? Bugger. What was your first console, Eurosy? And first video game? Do you remember? Do share? I've probably heard these answers before, but I just don't remember them. Oh, handwritten labels. Oh, you bugger.
34. 8. 40, 30. Game
Ooh.
won by player 1. Pioline 0, player 1. 1.
So you finished Sonic CD now. What's next? Sonic
15.
Sonic 3? Sonic Chaos?
8.
It was NES, you don't remember before getting the Mega Drive. Must be that and Sonic 1. Never played an NES. The only time I think I've held one is in a shop kiosk. I think I played a Famicom and Mario for like a minute. Here, like in recent times, I just did it for shits and giggles for 2 seconds. Sega Sonic. Is that the arcade game? I've always wanted to play that.
Game won by
Damn. $1993. Meh. It'll be close enough.
player 1. 1 Pioline 1.
I was going to do the Sonic series at one point, so I did sort of briefly look into every of those early games. I think I even got like 1 or 2 of them ready, but because there's that popcorn one, isn't there? Which you can actually sort of see, but you obviously can't replicate the popcorn. I mean, you could just play a video of it and eat the popcorn, I think, but. And there's also the car game, isn't there? Is it Sonic Traffic Patrol, whatever it is? We tested the popcorn one. Does it work? You can play it, can't you? But you can't really replicate the experience or really kind of know what it was doing. The Waka Waka Sonic Patrol car.
Game won by player 1.
I still might do Sonic at some point. I own most of them. I bought a couple of them with the intention of actually doing that. I completed most of my collection of Sonic, but then I can't do everything. I can't do DS. But I bought Sonic Unleashed for the Wii, just because that was the one that I didn't have and it's significantly different. You should do Sonic Unleashed on the Wii. Maybe, because it's quite a different game. And I bought the Black Knight finally, but I've still never played it. I've never done the Secret Rings either. The Wii Sonic games I haven't really played much of, because they were kind of crap. Popcorn that came out of the machine was rank. Wait, did you actually do it? I don't even remember. I don't remember seeing any of this. I think I was too young. I didn't even know we had the popcorn one in the UK. Surely you can, I mean, I'm not suggesting that you need to spend money, but surely you can get the the Wii Unleashed though. I mean, I'm saying it would be worth if you're super interested. I'm no, I mean, Rosie just said the popcorn that came out was rank, so I'm wondering if he actually ate some.
Player 1, 3, Pioline 1.
It might be worth playing Unleashed twice. I don't think there's probably any point playing the Xbox and PlayStation 3 versions back to back, but the Wii
15, love.
one, or I think the PlayStation 2 or the Wii one are quite different to the point that it might also almost just be its own game. I think some of the levels layouts are different, and because of technical limitations, there's certain levels that are not on. They have different levels, I think, and the story is presented differently. The Wii is all presented through speech bubbles and talking heads, and the hub world is like menus that you click on. Whereas in the PlayStation 3 version, obviously you walk around the towns and stuff and talk to people, like Sonic Adventure. But the Wii one is all like menu driven, so it's quite a different game.
Won by player 1.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought it'd be outrageous to get Unleashed and Rings and the Black Knight. I mean, Black Knight's shit. I don't think anybody wants it. Mind you, that never means things will be cheap. Your phone internet's so garbage, you never got to visit Sega World. It was a Sega Park. Jealous. I was never really allowed to do arcade stuff much. Have you ever looked into the origin story of how Mario Brothers 2 is Doki Doki Panic from the Yume Kojo event that they had in Japan in the 80s? Have you ever looked at there's that YouTube footage of that event? I never went to anything like that as a kid. The only thing I ever remember was going to Goose Fair, I think, which is like a big collection. It's a fair of fairs, and they had, it must have been in the mid-90s, the early 90s, mid-90s, and they had, it was like when VR was starting to become a thing, and they had a big VR thing that you could do, but I didn't get to do it. But I remember looking at it, like wanting to try, but it was mostly just a fun fair, but they had a big VR thing. Your brother went to Sega World. I remember walking through something like that once. I think we were in some sort of massive shopping centre somewhere in the UK, and there was a massive games thing. But I don't remember if it was like Sega. A Sega park. Crap. That rings about 30-40 bucks. Secret Rings, those $10 dues. I've got Secret Rings and Black Knight. You should just grab them. Do it. Grab them. Grab those secret rings. It's not good though. I've tried to play it. I can't get into it. I'd do it for Twitch. I mean, Wii's the kind of thing, it's awkward to emulate, isn't it? I'm a terrible influence. I spend too much money on games. It's not even funny. I'm literally looking today, I'm looking at a listing for this, I can't remember what it's called now. It's this Japanese sort of tabletop game that's on the Mega Drive. That's just because it's like 1,000 something yen. But I'm having to stand back a minute and being like, do you honestly need this? Do you really want this game? But it's just because I know I'm going to play it for Twitch, and it's the novelty of it. But then it's like, is this a game you would actually want? I guess it's easy. Mega Drive feels easier though because there's so few games. That is the only one of its kind, pretty much. Well, no, there's two like that, but I don't know. And because I'm going through the console library for Twitch, it feels a little bit more important. I wouldn't buy the same thing on the PlayStation because I'm not doing a playthrough yet. See, that's nice. And you'll be able to waggle your Wii remote around. Yet. No, I would do I would do Super Nintendo next. That would definitely be what I would want to do next. I want to I mean, I already started it. I want to do more Super Nintendo, but I want to have a Super Nintendo to do so. I don't want to do emulation for Super Nintendo because it's so pissy. Stuff does. I just was because I was looking into it a bit more recently, and there's so much incompatibility I can't be doing with it. I don't want the stress. Mega Drive's much easier, but because it's stuff like, you know, that SOS game that I was playing, the Man Overboard, on the SNES Mini, for example. If you try and play that, the water ends up being all weird and covers the whole screen so that you can't see, and the character falls through the floors and stuff. It's just, it doesn't work. And Bust a Move doesn't work at all, which is a shame because I love Bust a Move. All those like late Super Nintendo era games are absolute nightmares, like Seiken Densetsu 3 and Terranigma, Star Ocean, Tales of Phantasia, Illusion of Gaia. They all have issues, and some of them use HD font, which is a pain in the arse. So I just got fed up of discovering incompatibilities, so I think I'll wait until I get a Super Nintendo. There's still some games I might play that. Donkey Kong Country works fine, so I'll probably play that at some point soon. But I need to get Eternal Darkness again. I have a PAL copy of it, but I don't have a Japanese copy of it, and I can't play my PAL stuff. Yay! Isn't that fun?
8, 40, 15.
Enjoying the Knuckles music. Honestly, one of the saddest things about moving across the world is losing your entire childhood PAL library because nothing pissing works. And yeah, I know there's solutions, but the solutions suck.
Game won by player 1.
And also, my PlayStation 2's died anyway. My GameCube's still fine though, but I don't really want to bring a British GameCube all the way to Japan just to play like a handful of games.
Pioline 2, player 1, 5.
I did bring my Game Boy Player though, but the disc is region locked. So I need to get a Japanese disc. But I don't have a GameCube anyway. I use my Wii. I should probably get a Japanese GameCube at some point just for the sake of it, because they didn't used to be very expensive. But it would, because I was thinking it might be a way, if I wanted to stream Game Boy Advance off the cart and Game Boy, I could do so with a Game Boy player. Closing eBay, gonna go to bed. Did you buy secret rings? Oh, well, thank you for the lurk.
15, 30.
I shall see you soon.
Set point.
Slightly more blurry than GameCube. So I've sort of heard, but I don't say that I particularly notice.
Set point.
I mean, I've heard the same thing said about Piss. Piss is very blurry. About the Wii U playing Wii games, but they look fine to me.
Game and set
Bum,
won
bum.
by player 1. Player 1, 0, Pioline 0.
Probably more, still probably a reason. I've generally heard that there's practically no reason. I've heard that the Wii is quite literally just GameCube hardware. I thought I've heard that there's some slight arguments for Wii and Wii U. People, those real hardcore people that think the picture's better for the Wii, for Wii games than it is on the Wii U. But honestly, I think all I've ever really heard is that the Wii is basically just a GameCube, a souped-up GameCube. But I mean, there's always probably gonna be some tiny difference because it's not a GameCube, it's a Wii. Because I mean, it's probably somewhat similar to like you know, the PlayStation 2 is the PlayStation can play PlayStation 1 games, except when it can't, but it pretty much can. Yeah, I want Twilight Princess HD, but I keep thinking just wait because it'll probably end up on the Switch something eventually. I have the Wind Waker though. That one's probably worth it because I mean, to be honest, I don't need the HD Twilight Princess. I'm quite happy to I can just play the Wii version. It's fine. I like the crunchiness, the original sort of texture graphics of it. I think it looks fine to me. But I mean, I spend my days playing Mega Drive all the time, so I'm not really too fussy. But the Wind Waker, I feel like is very worth it because it's kind of it's very different. Did you have us up blurry? Depends what bothers you, I think, and if you can correct it with an upscaler or whatever. But also, I don't have a cutting-edge television. My TV only goes up to like 1080p, so I can quite comfortably play Wii on it with component cables, and it looks fine to me.
15:30.
But I mean, I think PlayStation 1 still looks great when it's got the right picture.
Out. 30 all.
Damn.
40:30.
Wii games did feel older than their time, but they were. They didn't do HD like everybody else. But it sort of also didn't really matter, but the graphics was just not. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous, really. You put like Final Fantasy 13 next to like Wii. But Wii had a lot of character though, because some games, you know, Mario Odyssey, Mario Galaxy looks lovely. Sounds great too. Zelda isn't even a great example anyway, because it's basically a GameCube game. Well, it is. I mean, it was made for both. It's a holdover game. There is better looking Wii games. Like if you look at Xenoblade Chronicles, that's gorgeous. That's another one. I think I'm more interested in the Wii version than the Switch remake when I get around to playing it properly. I have played a few hours of it. Probably about 10 hours, but I think the original graphics just have a bit more character to them. Different art design.
Pioline. 1 player 1 2. Love 15. Love 30.
I've never finished Galaxy 2. As much as I was enjoying it, but I played it immediately after 1 and it just felt like the same game but better. Bigger.
Love 40.
I think I just got busy with other stuff. No, I wanted to go through it again as Luigi. I think 100%. I think 100% of the first one. Is that not how you unlock Luigi? I don't know.
Your lead. 1.
But I did that.
Love 15.
Still got my save file, I think. It's been years since I played Mario Galaxy. I've never wondered, like, I presume it's fine to stream those games, like, and Nintendo, like, arseholes about it. Because if I ever did Mario Galaxy again, I'd probably stream it.
30 all.
I just feel a bit weird playing, like, modern Nintendo Mario stuff. I don't know.
40, 30.
Use your dolphin bar.
Ace. Game won by player 1.
I have quite a nice selection of Wii games, but I've not played many of them. I just didn't want to make the same mistakes that I made with other consoles, so I just bought Wii stuff as I saw it, especially when it was cheap, to get round to eventually, just stuff that was interesting to me. Things like Pandora's Tower
Love 15.
and The Last Story. But I don't even know. I've barely finished any Wii games. I did Twilight Princess. Oh, I need to scratch my face. That was a terrible time to scratch my face. Mario Galaxy 1. Played a fair bit of Mario Kart.
Double 4.
I need to get some chargeable batteries for my Wiimotes because they died.
30, 40.
The first Wii died? I think the nice thing about the Wii though is I feel like we're never going to run out of Wiis because there's so many of them in the world. And Wiimotes and things like that. The Wii U is worrying.
Advantage player 1. Deuce.
Yeah, it's annoying. I remember losing memory card saves. That was always a total pain in the ass. I lost so many PlayStation 1 saves to memory card shenanigans. Mostly because I was using third-party stuff. I've never done it since. It put me off third-party for everything forever.
Advantage
Being burnt too
player
many
1.
times on shit memory cards. She used to wipe themselves.
Deuce.
Second one, $10. That's great.
4.
What colour's your Wii? I have a black Wii. I generally always get black. I have a white PS2, but that's only because I wanted to make it easy to know which was my Japanese one and which was my UK one. Kind of regret it now because white is a horrible colour. My PlayStation 2 is still quite a nice white though, but the controller went yellow.
Ace. Advantage pure lead.
Well, everything else I have is black. My Sega Saturn's white because I got the second model. I didn't want the white one really, but that's just the later, better one for most reasons. Well, there's a few incompatibilities in certain models. But I think people generally say it loads faster or something, reads the disc a bit faster, and is a bit sturdier. Got a black Wii, black Wii U, black PlayStation 3, black PlayStation 4, black DS. I do have a red 3DS though, but that's because my original metallic blue 3DS buggered up. It wouldn't charge. But I did like that metallic blue. Black PSP. GameCube's the only one colour. What colour's your GameCube? My GameCube's black, the UK one. My Game Boy Player's black.
Advantage, player one.
My Vita's black. I just like black because it's smart and also doesn't get dirty very easily. Indigo. Yeah, my is that the purple, the just straightforward purple one? That's what my brother had. I got the black though. But I did play my brother's first a lot. I would love a black Dreamcast. Not paying for one though. But to be honest, I'm happy with the white Dreamcast because it's iconic. It's what it's supposed to be. It's the default. I like launch model colours and stuff because like PlayStation 2 is black is pretty much the standard. Wii was a choice of 2 for the standard, so I have a black Dreamcast controller though.
Game, set, and
Oh my goodness.
won by player one.
My bloody shoulder blade is killing. All I'm doing is sitting on the sofa. Oh, I wish we could skip one of these games. What are we on there? Sets 1. Matches 1. Of course it's going to be against Michael Chang.
0, Chang, 0.
Whoa!
Love,
Maybe we can finish this. 3 more games, I think. As long as it doesn't get too difficult. It is getting tougher though.
30.
I have to sit up a minute and think. Ooh. It's a good job we got all the stats.
15, 30. $15, 40.
You should do some more console stuff. All those games that you keep saying. You should play them. You should play Sonic 3. Oh,
Game
God,
won
he's a
by
pain in the
Chang.
arse. Wow.
Chang, 1, player 1, 0.
Whoa.
15, love. 15, all. Ball. 15, 30.
You bugger.
30, all.
Yes, bitch. I don't know why I needed to hit that. It's going out, but we still win. We still win. I sometimes wonder if I should buy like another PlayStation 3 or something, you know, just have a backup. So if my PlayStation 3 suddenly died, it's like I've lost loads of games. And yeah, they're okay now, but how long until PlayStation 3s are expensive? Like to get the and also getting the right model that you want, like the slim instead of the original fat one or whatever. And not the cheaper later model. all those things. I don't know.
One Chang. One.
And some of those, even buying used ones, they're going to have similar issues. I also find it weird, you know, we're in the stage of hard drives and stuff. I don't really like the idea of like buying second-hand other people's hard drives and stuff, because mine's got like my account on and all my stuff. I don't really want it to ever die. Why am I hitting that?
All. Thirty, 15. Forty, 15. 40, 30. Out. Game won by player one.
Give me a run for my money.
Chang. One.
Do, do, do,
Player
do, do.
one, two. Ball. Fifteen. Love. Out.
Oh no.
30. Love.
Whoa.
40. Love. 40. 15. Game won by
Fudge. All that talk about it being easy, they've saved the best for the end, haven't they? It's gonna be tough now.
player one, two.
I'm like only really winning on my own serves.
Out.
Shit.
Love. 15. Love. 30. Fifteen. 30.
See, he's got good reach. You son of a bitch.
15. 40. Thirty. 40. Eight. Two.
No.
Advantage Chang.
Crap ass hit.
Two. Advantage, player 1.
Oh god, I could have gone then.
Ace. Game won by player 1.
Phew. Did not want to lose that.
Chang. 2, player 1. 3.
Didn't hit it where I thought he would.
Love.
Oh, come on. How did that miss?
30, love. $30, 15. 30, all.
Piss.
40, 30. Game won by Chang.
Ah, no.
Player 1, 3, Chang. 3.
You bitch when he does that. Oh, so annoying.
15.
Just gets it over, but I can't hit it back.
Ace.
It's kind of weird that they've kept the AI until the very end, and then oh, we're into Wimbledon territory now. It's still not even as hard as that though. Stop doing that, you piece of crap.
15, 30.
Fuck.
15, 40.
You. Oh god, these shit hits he's doing. Or excellent hits, but barely clearing the net.
Chang. 4, player 1. 3. Love 15. Love 30. Love 40. Fault. Game won by
Whew, we want more of that. We want more of that.
player 1. 4, Chang. 4. Love. 30, love. 30, 15. 30, all.
Oh my god.
30, 40. 30, deuce.
Can you? Oh my god, he's such a twat. That is so irritating. I can't even run.
Game.
Oh, I'm trying to do a different serve.
Come on.
It's unusual. I actually prefer him serving.
Chang. 5, player 1, 4. Love 15.
Whoa.
15 all.
No. Pressed it too early.
30, 15. All. Fault.
Wanker.
Set point.
Half of it's my backhand. I think it's just shit.
Game.
No.
Won by Chang.
Fudge. Oh, he's hard. I kind of can't be arsed at 11 o'clock at night at the very end of the game with it. Makes you wonder what the real championship one's going to be like. Maybe we won't finish this tonight. It's a risk to try and ace him, because if he manages to make it, he does that crap ass little tiny tap over the net.
Fault. All.
Oh, that seems to work nicely.
30, 15.
That'll do.
40,
I found your problem, AI. Well, that was out.
Game won by player 1. Chang. 0, player 1. 1. Fault.
How do you like that?
Love 15.
Loves them.
Love 30. Fault. Double fault. Love 40. Game won by player 1.
Woo!
Player 1. Chang. 0. Ace. 15. Love. 30. Love. 40. Love. Game won by player 1. Chang. 0, player 1. 3. Love 15. Love 30. Fault. Double fault. Love 40.
Ah.
Out. Game won by player 1.
He's struggling to stay awake.
Player
Some coffee.
4 Chang 0. Out. 15 Love. Love.
Catch it up on the bullshit. Oh lord. Whoa!
15.
That was out.
15. Game won by player 1.
Bum, 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 bum.
Chang 0, player 1, 5.
Too close.
15 Love. Fault.
He faults a lot, this Chang.
All.
Oh, you're out, you're out, you're out.
15-30.
Unfortunately, I think we're going to be facing him again in a minute, because we're going to be both be the top 2. Oh, why can't there just be a top 1?
Game and set.
I beat everybody, I've already beat you once, go away.
Player 1, 0, Chang 0.
Bum, 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 bum.
15 Love. All. 15.
You little shitbag.
30 all.
Stop that now.
40-30.
Ah, oh, you absolute arse.
Advantage player 1.
No. No.
Advantage Chang. Game
Shit,
won
shit,
by
and shit.
Chang.
Do 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 do
One
do.
player 1, 0.
What's that weird serve?
All.
Oh gee, hey! Thank you so much for the sub, how you doing? Welcome back. Are you back from your con? How goes ATP? We're in the ATP right now. This is the championship. This is the third game of 4 for the league, and then we'll face the top 2, and then we do. I think there's 2 more games left, and then the game's done. What's going on? Ah! Techie Rob as well, thank you so much for the sub. And you started off a treasure train. What's a treasure train? Choo choo, you started it, whatever it is. Is it not a hype train? Treasure train unlocks a limited time 35% off gift stops. Oh, is that new thing? I don't even know what it is. At level 5 during this train. Oh, if you say so. Well, thank you for starting the treasure. But wait, what? Unlocks a limited time 35% off gift subs at level 5 during this train. Oh, there's all these weird emotes. Well, I thank you kindly. Oh! Bar face, you don't have enough for the 100, but you're cheap. I shan't pay the extras to do so through mobile. Yeah, I don't blame you. Every mobile is garbage. But thank you for the 69. It was very nice. I hope you enjoyed it too. Very cool. What's a treasure train? Climb on board, Chrono Gear. We're doing it apparently. I don't know what it is. I've just read it out again if you like. It says unlock a limited time 35% off gift subs at level 5. So I think we need to reach level 5 for it to actually mean anything, which we won't. So just carry on with the tennis. I think it's that new thing I saw on social media today. Twitch are doing another one of those promo doodads. But it's that thing, you know, I forgot to opt out of it, but I probably wasn't going to anyway. But it's like a discount, and then I also take the discounts, like the split. They don't share it, you know what I mean? So it's whatever, isn't it? Saves money for the person buying the sub. It's a hype train with some benefits. I think it's a promo thing. I don't know. It might be a different thing from what I saw today. There's a discount or something, but the streamer also has to take the discount too, if that makes sense. Oopsie. I need to not lose this game though. Techie Rob, thank you for the gifted sub to Zan. That's a lot of gift subs. Ah, James is here with 65 bits. Thank you very much. You're sneaky. Hello, how you doing?
14-30.
14-30. I do need to win this game.
Ace.
No!
Game won by Chang. Player 1-0. Chang 2.
Oh, my alerts are all lagging out and late. There it is for you. It came off in the end. Damn you, Chang! Is it all going through? I think my laptop's starting to cry. Damn you, Chang. Stop doing these shit hits. Thank you very much. Level 2. Wait, so we will get the a random emote now. There's new ones. Kitty hype. Her mind. It just, because it says limited time, that's what makes me think it's a special thing. Oh, there's Retro Hitch. Hello. We're in the middle of a very exciting treasure train. How are you? I'm also in a really stressful moment of this game. I'm trying to win, like, near the championship. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream. I'll give you a proper shouty. You want that goofy balloon dog? It's trippy, man. Wait, what? What goof dog? Is it a level 2 one? Maybe you'll get one. Personal best. I like that. Some of them are crap and some of them are really cute. All the Saturn today. I poked him, I think, briefly, and I heard you talking about Manchester people. Is it saying Saturn? And I was saying Saturn a lot today, but I'm not from Manchester. But yeah, I suppose I should say what I'm doing if anybody's coming in. If you don't know, I'm playing through all the Mega Drive games. This is one of them. It's rather good. We're very far into it now. Like 2 more games after this and the entire career mode is finished. We have taken Jodie Foster all the way from January 1995 to November in Germany, Frankfurt now. Trying to get through the sports games. This is how many we've got left. But yeah, thank you for raiding in. Always appreciate you. Check out Retro Hitch for more retro goodness. Moon's determination, dedication, Mega Drive game is worth the bits and deserving the hype train. Thank you, 6 2/3 for those 66 bits. Always a 6 with you. Damn! I need to pay it more attention. Someone's made a TMSS's disable mod. Oh, nice. Oh, then you can play that game, yeah. Definitely enjoy ATP for the time you played it. It's a lot easier, G. So much easier than Wimbledon. Which I think is mostly a good thing. Shit. Uh-oh. Ooh! It was easy until, like, Chang decided that he didn't want me to finish this game tonight.
Game won by player 1.
Thanks. See, one Womble on the call. They're wombling free.
Chang 2, player 1.
Okay, let's go.
Love 15.
Train success! Ah! Let me sort that out because it's all flashing purple in my face. What did we get? Will it be hideous? Oops, I didn't see what it was. What is that? What is that? Who's this diva? What is that? Okay. Enjoy your Who's This Diva emote. It's not me.
15 all.
Nothing has beaten Hype Hide, and nothing ever will. But thank you all for the subs and the bits. Very, very helpful. Who indeed? Nobody knows. You're the diva, Barface. Ace.
30 all.
No!
40 30. Game
Crap,
won
crap,
by
crap.
Chang.
That is the best email. To the point that I pretty much feel like it belongs to me. I wish it was my emote. Sometimes, excuse my beauty, we've got an emote for you. What is beauty? Stop doing this shit ass hit.
15 all. Out. 30, 15. Forty, 15. Game won by player 1.
Woo! I create my own emotes and steal hype hide. Why not, eh? Shall I just make it and then you can have it?
Chang, 3, player 1, 2.
I forget it's not mine because it sits there permanently and frequently used because I'm always using it. I mean, this is my hype hide. That emote is hype hide in my mind. They're all the same energy. All 3 of these are all the same energy to me. Then get banned. They're all... Oh no, not that lady. That's the wrong one. I fat fingered the wrong thing. These are all the same energy.
Out. Love, 15.
No.
15 all. Ace.
It's not
30,
ace.
15.
You shit.
40,
Am I winning yet? I'm trying.
Fault.
I'm not winning like that though.
Game won by
Oh, it's gonna come down to the clutch. This is stressing me out. Oh, we're losing. Oh my god.
player 1, 2.
Right, come on, Jody.
4. 15 love.
This is what it was. This is what we
30
need.
love.
You fucking arse.
30, 15. Forty, 15. Out. Game won by player 1.
I can just win one of these.
Player 1, 3.
Pull it back. Ah, she keeps fucking hitting the net. That's the
15
problem.
love.
Shit. I need to do a different type of hit. Oh, you would change when I use a different button, you beast.
40 love. Forty, 15.
Fucking hell.
Won by Chang. Player 1, 3, Chang, 5. 15 love. 15 all. 30, 15.
Bitch.
30 all. 40, 30. Game won by player 1. Come on! Chang, 5, player 1, 4. Love, 15. Love, 30. Love, 40.
Piss.
15, 40.
Wow.
30, 40.
No.
Deuce. Fault. Ace. Match point.
Fuck.
Deuce.
Whew.
Ace. Match point. Game.
No.
And match.
Ah,
One
bollocks.
Chang.
Ooh, I still think I'm okay though. But I don't know if I'll restart. Save on the other file. Because we're still top 2. Yeah, we have to play him again in the semi-finals. So, I actually didn't need to win that one.
Player 1, 0, Chang, 0.
But I kind of wanted the clean win. This was the first time Jodie Foster's lost in the entire fucking year. What an arse. Could you imagine there was a secret ending? No, there isn't, right? There isn't. There isn't. I'm not having it. Why is he being a fool now? We literally just played you.
Out. 40, 15.
Did he change his t-shirt? He's being an arse again. Oh, stop doing that shit. I hate that. You fucker. Like, I can't do anything with that.
Advantage Chang. Deuce.
There we go.
Advantage player 1.
Should probably try and learn what the position is when he does those short hits.
Advantage player 1. Game won by player 1. Chang 0, player 1, 1.
Michael Chang has been a pain in the arse the entire year. He's always been in the finals.
Oh. Out. 15 all. Left first service. 15 all. Ace.
What?
30 15. Fault. 40 15.
Seriously, the game just suddenly brought the difficulty at the very, very end. I've done like what? About 60 games at this point, and then it suddenly just went, oh god, shit, that was easy, wasn't it? Sorry. And it's still not as hard as Wimbledon ever was, but I'm kind of like, whoa, for the moment. I've got to actually think a little bit. Oh my god.
Won by Chang.
Christ. It's just a little bit annoying because it's going to be a squeeze to finish this tonight now.
Love.
Oh, what? What was that whiff? You believe in Jodie Foster? Thank you, Glyphix. How are you? Was not very ladylike, Jodie.
Out. 30 40. Game won by Chang.
Fuck.
Chang 2 player 1 1. 15 love. Out. 15 all. Thirty 15. All.
Hitting the pissing net. It's so annoying.
Game won by
I'm just gonna reset. This is just not happening.
player 1 0 Chang 0. Out. 15 love. 30 love. 40 love. 40 15. Game won by player 1. Chang 0 player 1 1. 15. 15 all. 15-30. 15-40. 30-40. 'Game won by player 1.
I get it's sort of a part of the skill of tennis, but like losing all the time because you hit the net is just such a downer.
Bang, 0. Love 15. Love 30. 15-30. 30 all. 40-30. Game won by player 1. Chang, 0, player 1, 3. 15 love. 30 love. 30-15.
'Shit, that pissing net!
15. Game won by Chang.
Doo-doo.
Player 1, 3, Chang, 1. 15 love. 30 love. 30-15. 30 all. 40-30. Game won by player 1. Chang, 1, player 1, 4. 15 love. 30 love. 40 love. 4. 'Game won by Chang. Player 1, 4, Chang, 2. 15, love. 30, love. 40, love. Out. Game won by player one. That was out! Come on!
Whew, one more, come on.
Player one, 5. 4. 8. 15, love. 15, all. 15, 30.
Woo!
Set point. Game and set won by player one. Come on!
Woo! Just keep that
Player
up.
1, 0, Chang, 0. 15, love. 30, love. 40, love.
See, when he does hits like that, it's really easy. Really easy.
Chang, 0, player 1, 1.
'Balls.
15, love. 30, love.
Don't do these nasty hits.
Fault. 30, 15.
'Whoa.
40, 15. Fault. 8.
You ass.
Player 1, 1, Chang, 1. 15, love. 30, love. 40, love. Game won by player 1. Come on! Chang, 1, player 1, 2. Love, 15.
Oh, whatever.
15, all. Fault. 15, 30. 15, 40. 15, 30, 40. Fault. Double fault. Game won by player
Thanks.
one. Player 1, 3, Chang, 1. $15, Love. $15, all.
Garbage.
$30, 15. $40, 15. Game won by player 1. Chang, 1, player 1, 4. $15, Love. Fault. $30, Love. Fault. Double fault. 30, 15. $30, all. $30, 40. Fault.
Come on, double fault. It's a net. Shouldn't have gone for it.
Deuce. Advantage, Chang. Game won by
Piece
Chang.
of shit.
Player 1, 4, Chang, 2. $15, Love.
Ah,
15, all. $15,
behave, Shang. Just behave.
$30, all.
Ooh,
30, 40.
running everywhere.
Game
Oh,
won
you
by
asshole! Stop it! I'm so close to the end. Oh,
Chang, 3, player 1, 4. $15, Love. $15, all.
what the hell?
30, 15. $40, 15. Game won by
Shit.
Chang. Player 1, 4, Chang, 4. 40 love. 40 love. 40 15. 40 30.
Knock it off, Chang.
Game won by player 1. Chang 4 player 1 5.
Why did you buy everyone 1 and 2? I have no idea.
Love 15. Love 30. 15 30. Oh. 30 all.
Come on. Ah.
40 30. Game
Fuck! Ugh, why are you being a twat at the end? Being cheap's usually a good reason.
player 1 5.
It's gonna be neck and neck. Don't start doing this shit.
15
I don't want to go to a third set.
30 love.
Classic Chang. Oh, he's such a fucking joker, isn't he?
40 love.
Fuck off, Chang. You're out. Go home.
Player 1.
Oh, we still got to do another because he's caught up, hasn't he?
Player 1.
What a bitch. They have. They've ramped it up, yeah. It's still, like I said, it's still not as bad as Wimbledon because Wimbledon, like, was really, like, sweating. But it's tough. There's particular patterns that I can do with Chang, but if he doesn't cooperate, then I end up in a bit of a fluster. Because I'm not really using, I'm still only mostly using the C button, but I think we need to mix it up a bit with Chang. If otherwise we won't clear the net. I need to scoop it. He's hitting low a lot and it's really hard. That's the issue here. It's not about being able to hit the ball. I've got great speed, but he's not. He's doing really low returns. And if I press the C button when he's doing a low swing back, it'll hit the net and then I lose. So I'm trying to bait him into doing an upward lifted kind of thing so I can smash it sometimes, but he also sometimes just knocks himself out with faults, but
Hey.
ah,
15 love. Fault. 15 all.
we've still got one more game though after this.
Out.
Match point, come on,
Match point.
give me a nice serve.
Fault.
Or just knock yourself out, that's fine.
Match point.
Ah, you're out, you're out, you're out, you're out, you're out. Bye bye, bye bye, bye bye.
Player one. Yeah!
Yeah! He's gone. But that was the semi-final. And now we have to play the winner of Group B. Michael Stitch. Oh, it's him.
Player 1-0.
Wait, did it say it was the final? Yeah, the final. This is the final of the whole game. Maybe we can squeeze it in. It's midnight. Can you pray to all the tennis gods that Michael Stitch hasn't had an AI upgrade?
0.
If he runs up to the front and turns into a nasty ass wall, I may go to bed.
Out.
Okay.
15. Love.
That was a crap swing.
all. 30-15. 40-15.
I feel like a lot of these players have probably got AI profiles, and some will probably just be a bit more awkward than others. So it might just be a bit of RNG to who you're against as well. Like maybe Michael Chang would be a harder finalist than Stitch. Maybe Mooster. Mooster was quite spicy, I think, when we played him in the normal games. So he might have been a bit of a pain in the ass to encounter at the end.
Love. 15. Out. Love. 30.
Makes you wonder how Stitch got here. He's no match for Jody.
Love. 40.
Keep this up and it'll be pretty easy sailing.
15-40. Game won by player 1. Player 1, 2, Steve, 0. Love. 15 all.
Do do do.
30-15.
This is fine.
40-15. Game won by player 1.
Do do do.
Steve 0, player 1, 3. Love 15. Out. Love 30.
I'm not going to finish the whole game tonight though, looking at the time. So I want to go through the, whatever it's called, the Seniors Tournament and play the Legends of Tennis, because that might have its own ending. But that won't be anywhere, unless the AI is crazy, that shouldn't really be that long. So it'll just be one tournament, not an entire year of tennis like this has been. But I'd like to see. I don't know if we play as Jodie Foster in that or not. Any more tennis games? Yeah, there's like 7 more after this. I've only played 2.
15 love.
Have a look. It's like Pete Sampras and Jennifer Capri, whatever it is. Capriani. I've only played, this is the second tennis game, and I played it's the same developer as the other one, so it's all Wild West after this. I've heard Pete Sampras is quite good, I think. Is that the Codemasters one? Is there two of them?
40-15.
I'm not in a hurry to do any more tennis though.
40-30.
I've done quite a bit of tennis in the last 6 months.
Game won by
And there's only
player
there's
one.
only 7 left, so space them out. Pretty much, as I was saying the other day, but I think I want to do RBI Baseball 94, so one more baseball game. I'd like to do 2 of the NHL hockey games, get those ticked off. Maybe another FIFA or 2, and maybe another Madden. And then I think I'm done for sports for a while. Then I think we'll just weave them in casually
15 all.
in between other games, but because that's a healthy chunk we've done it since May.
15-30.
I'd like to do a racing game soon, I think, because we've got quite a few of those. It's all downhill from here.
Set point.
I have that feeling, G, that I might have started off with the best.
Set point.
Hard driving. Could do. I'm gonna buy hard driving though, so I'll probably wait until I can play that on the Mega Drive itself. I'm gonna buy a copy of hard driving just for my own personal sentimentality. Only because it's cheap. If it was expensive, I wouldn't buy hard driving. But it's like less than 2,000, yeah.
Player 1. 0. Heat 0.
Do the same for Road Rash. What, buy Road Rash? If I can. Yeah, if I can. I don't see it listed much. And also, I don't think all of them came out in Japan anyway. But mind you, I don't know if I even want Road Rash 3. I remember not really caring for it when I tried it out. I never played it back in the day. Played it on an emulator, but I didn't like the graphics.
30 love.
I didn't stick with it. I want Road Rash 1. I like the first. Yeah, I didn't really like the third one. But the Road Rash ones, I could probably get them. I presume Road Rash isn't that expensive in the UK. I'm sure I could find a PAL copy of them somewhere. I'm sure they're I hope they're not very expensive. Yeah, it's very sentimental to me too. I played a lot of Road Rash as a kid at my friends'. I never owned them, but I always borrowed them. I loved them. And used to play them round at his. We used to, like, honestly, I'll talk about it all when I play it, but I had so much, so many memories of Road Rash. We used to insult all the racers. We had like our own superstition that if we insulted all the other racers, it would help us win. So we'd be like giving them all like stupid, like childish kind of nickname, like Viper, and something about a snake. I don't know. A rude boy, like you're so rude. Just used to be like an idiot when we were like 6 or 7.
Game won by player 1.
You really like Road Rash 3? I might like it now. I just remember like, because like my nostalgia is 1 and 2, and I remember the early days of emulation. I booted up Road Rash 3, and I just, to be honest, I don't think it's much about the game, but I just thought it looked like ass in comparison. Like, I don't like the graphical decision to do the sort of realistic photo thing. I've never played 3D. Sucker Punk the Bite, yeah, it was so good. And stealing their like baton or their chain, yeah. It's such a good game. So much fun.
0. Player 1. 1.
And I also prefer the music. I like Road Rash 1's music. It's an absolute banger.
Love.
Let's listen to some Road Rash, shall we? Do 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 do. It's got to be Sierra Nevada. Love it. What else is in the Road Rash one that I like? Oh, I need to just put them all in. They're all good. What's Grassfell? That's the one. Do 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 do. Ah, oh, what a banger this is. This is Grass Valley. Let me just restart it in the playlist. It will continue. Yeah! 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 and isn't it 9 times out of 10, you fly through the end and it goes, yeah! Yeah! And then you like crash over like a fucking cow or something and skidding along the floor like as you're going through the the thing. And O'Reilly's like, woo! Road Rash is going to be some really good times and some really grumpy times because it's bloody hard. Saturn version, I want to get that at some point. I should probably get it sooner than later. I'm just broke at the minute. There's a lot of things I want right now. I keep seeing stuff and it's like, oh, that's good, that's a good price. But I just can't afford things at the minute.
Game won by player 1.
Might want to turn the music off.
Player 1, 2,
Yeah, I don't really like when things use licenses. Like licensed music, I think it's kind of lazy. Just hire composers.
15,
With the exception of Crazy Taxi. Bam, 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 bam.
30, love.
So, oh yeah, I heard about the Sega CD version. Like, this is such a great track. You know, this track is like 9 minutes long. They did the same thing that they did with Outrun, basically, by the looks of it. Like, I didn't even realise at the time, but it is like it's like a whole track to cover the whole course. Because there's like this bit is different, isn't it? This like breakdown bit, and it really enhances the thing. Because I always remember, I think it's Sierra Nevada where it really breaks down, and all you can hear is the backbeat percussion, and you're like whizzing around the corner near the end. It's kind of when it's like getting tense. And Outrun 2019 does that really well. That's like the crescendo at the end as you do like a kind of victory lap. A lot of these songs work really well in context. And Road Rash is a British composer. Again, if you want to further the arguments of, you know, it's not only Japanese composers that do good music on Mega Drive, and that it's not Western composers about.
30 all.
It's funny when you play Lakers versus Celtics, though, how much you can hear this style.
40, 30.
He's got a very distinct sound. Was it Rob Hubbard? Yeah, bastard.
Player 1, 3, each 1. Love.
But yeah, I'd like to get a copy of Road Rash 1. Definitely.
15 all.
And even 2. I have nostalgia for 2. I guess I'd get 3 to complete the set if it wasn't expensive, but I imagine 3 probably is a bit pricey. I bet it had a much lower print run.
30 all. Advantage player 1.
Why has he just been a twat right at the very end? Like, he's literally been absolutely thoughtless, and then suddenly he's like, oh, I'm not letting you leave yet. I mean, it's not a big deal, but it's just kind of like, oh, jeez, guy. I'm like over the game now. Let me go. All these crap-ass hits.
Game won by player 1.
Bam, 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 bam. 2 more. 2 more games.
Love 15. Love 30. Oh. Love 40. Ace. 15, 40. Game won by player 1.
Whew. It could be championship point time.
1.
This could be the last game. It's only taken like what are we on?
30, love.
25 hours to do career mode. Wow. It's a lot of content.
30,
25 hours.
set point.
And it wasn't even like for setbacks. It was pretty much just I won every game, but it just took that long. I think I've lost 1 game in the entire of these 24 hours against Michael Chang in the semi-final.
And set one
Not even the
by
semi-final. No,
player
it wasn't even the
1.
semi-final. It was just in the league before the semi-final. Actual content. Wait, did I just win? I didn't pay attention. Oh.
Deep. 0. Player
Set
1.
3? Oh, kiss my ass, Michael Stitch. What? Just give up. Go home. You're done.
Ace.
Why are we going to do 3 set? Why? Oh.
Love.
Why we drag this out? What is it with sports and more is more, always? Best of 3? Best of 3? I've won.
40. Love. 4. 40. 15.
Best of 3.
Ace. Game won by deep.
Oh, piss off. Why are we on set 3? Is it best of 5 then?
Deep. 1.
Just for this. Everything's always got to be longer. Maybe we've got to do them 7 times. Like 7 games. 7 entire matches. Best of 7. Then we have to do the Galaxy Cup.
15. Love. 30. Love. 30. 15.
Cut that out.
Forty. 15.
This bit is what I was talking about on Road Rash. As you go around the corner, it's so good. That's when you know you're like getting into the tense bit of the thing, the halfway mark.
Game won by player 1. Come on!
Literally hear yourself
Player
flying over the cow and flying through the clouds as the police sirens follow you.
Love 15. Love 30. Ace. 15.
Oh, let's
30.
have a bit of change of music now though.
Ace.
Whoops. What do I want? Give me something good. This'll do.
30. All. Ace. 40. 30. Game won by.
Oh, you are naughty.
Come on! Player 1. 1. Deep. 2. 15. Love. 30. Love. 40. Love. Game won by player 1.
I haven't used my hashtag actual content. I should put it on my stream title for the last like month.
2. Player
And in
1.
my tags.
4.
Whoa!
Love 15. Love 30. Fifteen 30. Ace. 30 all. 40. 40.
Oh.
Deuce. Advantage, deep. Game won by
Oh, for
deep.
God's sake.
Come on!
I swear, if this bitch drags it into a fourth set.
Player 1, 2, deep, 3. Love, 15. 15, all. 30, 15. 30, all. 40, 30. 2. Advantage, player 1. Deuce. Ace. Advantage, player 1.
Oh, fuck off! I can't be bothered! Swear!
Advantage, deep. Deuce. Advantage, player 1.
Oh my God.
Advantage, player 1. Deuce. Advantage, player 1. Game won by
Finally!
one. Yeah! Deep 3, player 1, 3. Love, 15. Love, 30. Fault. Fifteen, 30. Fifteen, 40. Out. Game won by player 1. Player 1, 4, deep 3. Love. 30, love. 30, 15. Game won by player 1. Heat 3, player 1, 5. Love 15. Fault. Love 30. Championship.
Championship point! This music is so perfect. Goodbye!
Game, set, and
Jodie Foster, champion of 1995. Yes! 666. The number of a fucking beast. Off she goes. Bye bye, Michael. You're eliminated. Tournament champion, Jodie Foster. You best give me a staff roll. I want credits for this. Come on. And some GGs. Give me a staff roll. Press C button. Save your game. Wait. We're not going to 1996. No. Why am I leveling up? Why isn't it over? Why have I only got 4 points? My backhand is strong now. Most money won in a year. Most money won in Korea. Come on, look at Jodie's career. Is this because I lost that one match against Michael Chang? No! No! Why is there a 1996? It doesn't even exist yet. It hasn't happened. No! I don't know what to say right now. I don't think we're done here. Well, I can still level Jodie up. Is it really still going? I'm curious to see how bad this is though. Is it going to be easy? Because everybody's going to be all nasty stats. Because let's not forget Wimbledon made you do the tournament like 5 times. Oh, this I might just have to designate this game as like casually off and on. We'll see. I'll do my research. Either way, I still want to do the main tournament mode anyway. So, what a joke! What a joke! Anyway, salty I am. Let's have a look at the other thing. How can it make you do 1996 when it doesn't even exist? I'm just sad that there's no credits. That's what I want. I want a staff role. Wimbledon had one. So ATP Senior Tour is the other mode. Arthur Ashe. Can we not be Jodie Foster? Do we have to just pick a legend? These are all... Oh, there they are, look. Yeah, that's it. That's all there is. So I want to try and do this one. But not tonight. Look at all their stats. Who's that with 10, 10, 10s? Rod Laver. Australia. We might have to be him. Nobody from the UK? That's a shame. But yeah, that's one mode. Exhibition tournament. I don't think I'm bothered about doing the exhibition tournament, to be honest. Presumably, what is it? What is exhibition tournament like? I think what does it look like? It's just a single tournament to win the Sega Cup. Yeah, I guess we could and see if there's a staff role. I might YouTube it and see if there's something. I'm not doing this right now. But that's all your modes. I can't believe that. I can't believe it went to 1996. The minute I saw the stat upgrades. Oh, the horror. I forgot we can turn the speed up. View player status. We could retire Jodie Foster. Next page. Look at her data. What a legend. She's number 1 for 1995, but she needs to be for 96. What if this like goes on and on to like 2000? You know what I mean? We could earn her billions and billions and billions. Well, either way, we're not earning her tonight. That's for sure. Thanks for hanging out, though. It's been a hoot as always. We'll tennis will return, I guess. ... question mark. Even if for nothing else than the ATP Senior Tour. I'll see if I can do some research and see what the situation is, but